out something last night.
What's that?
Found out how come Luther cried when him and Geneva got themselves sold off to different places.
How come you think?
Wasn't strong enough. On account he didn't want to be by himself no more.
Think a man being by himself make him strong?
I do.
Tell you what I think.
What?
Think you're the biggest fool ever saw on two legs.
Why? On account I want to be strong?
On account there ain't nothing in this world make a white man so happy than seeing a nigga all by himself. Ain't no bigger battle he can win than keeping niggas apart. Strong and stubborn ain't nowhere near the same. Nowhere near. You're just giving the white folks the biggest victory up.
Christian man.
Why don't we go?
I know that. Won't never eat big meat. I know. And I expect sometimes I ain't easy to be with. I know you ain't.
Through this cotton field, I see you. They may take our tongue, but I still hear you, Why don't we go?
Any children come out of me supposed to be supposed to be brown. I can touch you, so you feel better. But we can't be with each other now.
Wait, man, don't even leave us. Don't do it. Okay, I want you now. I need you.
We sweat, we bleed. Everything we touch, it grows. Let's touch each other in our souls.
As long as we keep the sun on this side in the morning, then we know we're heading north. That way freedom means. Yes, Mom. I can't stay in this place much longer.
How far away?
Don't know, but it don't matter. If north where it is, then we just keep going till we reach north. Please, Doctor, come with me. Let's go now.
What you gonna do once you get to freedom?
Find a job. I'll make money.
What you know how to do? They ain't got no tobacco. They ain't got no cotton. They ain't got nothing up north for a nigga to pick.
We're made for together, crafted by the ancient ones. Our bonds been severed. Let's seek love. Let's see.
Come with me now, Doctor. Come. Maybe we can get away from this place clean together. Maybe all the way back to our home.
You're talking too crazy.
Oh, we can make it, Doctor.
I told you, my name is Maggie.
Now, you know, ain't no Tupac can make it through the woods like Mandinka. You know it's the
Oh, me,
truth.
man.
We stay away from people, away from the main roads, away from houses. We can make it. We can make it to the north and be free. Maybe then we can find some more runaways, Doctor. Come on, Doctor.
No! I'm here, and I'm gonna stay here.
You will stay a slave?
I'm gonna stay alive. I'm gonna stay warm in the cold. I'm gonna stay fed, got starved. I'm gonna stay. Do what they say long as I can suck breath. A dead nigga ain't helped nobody. Least of all a dead nigga.
Motherfucker, you can't mean what you're saying.
Hush! That's word. Just get on out of here and leave me be. It's already daylight. And just get on out of here and leave me be.
Well, let me talk with you now. Let me talk with you, woman.
No! I don't want to know about nothing. And this is where I am. And this is where I'm gonna stay.
Yeah. Hey. Ife mío, mi amor, ¿por qué no nos vamos? Ife mío.
Greetings. Welcome all. Welcome everyone. I'm Chief Yuya, and you are tuned into the Sabbath Insight, of course, that we do typically every sixth day or every Yom Shishi here on the Anu Life Global Ministries YouTube channel. I want to thank you for coming through. Thank you for the one in the chat. And of course, every time we meet on these pre-Sabbath bills, as we'll call them, it's an opportunity for us all to share, to not only kick ideas around, kick bill sessions around, explore the deep darkness of our own minds, but also to ask questions of one another. We all have different perspectives that we come with. And the beauty of us all is that we were all granted and bestowed with the science before we even got to learn the word science. If you look at the word conscience or conscience, you see the word science and conscious. So it gives us an opportunity to sort of explore our own internal science and explore the sciences of others, and see what we can come up with. Someone who has aligned and right and exact and good science will always be led to the righteousness of submission to the Creator. That's just how it goes. When you have good conscience, a lot of times people speak about listening to themselves, and I listen to myself and I follow my gut and this and that. But you got to look at, well, where is self leading you to? Because sometimes a person's inner wisdom never leads them anywhere profitable or anywhere healthy. That's typically a sign that they have bad science. They have bad internal science. They have a bad deity ruling over them. So, we get an opportunity every 7 days on this sixth day. That's not too confusing. Every 7 days on the sixth day, leading into the seventh day, we get an opportunity to fine tune and explore one another's science. And I usually just started off with just sharing maybe some of the things I was exploring, and then people jump in. So, this strong, last strong, we had our summer retreat, our Anu Life Global Ministry summer retreat. We always have a good time. Like, it's like, I don't even have to say, oh, and it was a wonderful time. We always have a good time. It's always different. It's always a different time. There's always something different that we do, or just a different vibe. And that's what it's supposed to be, because we're supposed to be growing and expanding and elevating. And that's when your science is good. When your science is good, your internal science, there's always going to be that elevation. Our conscious leads us to the greatest teachers. Our conscious always leads us to the greatest teachers. Sometimes we're so quick to give everything else credit. And like, we'll give our Egun credit, we'll give our ancestors credit, we'll give fate credit, we'll give luck credit, we'll give destiny credit, and not realizing that it's actually your conscience or your conscience that leads you to the binding truth, the true and living entity, the true and living truth, So, yeah, man, we had a beautiful time, of course, at our retreat. And one of the things that I was sort of just exploring within my heavens, what's sort of the concept of, I guess we could say, origins. I think that's something that often, in my experience, that's something that sort of circles the heavens a lot of times of young people. Like, where did I come from? Where did we come from? And I was really just sort of, as I was looking out at everyone, I was just sort of thinking about that. And, the words of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad kept coming to me. Be yourself and accept your own. And I just kept kind of looking out and saying, seeing how important it is to be yourself, to accept your own and be yourself, which was actually the order that he said it in, because you start to realize the value of keeping a purity of community, keeping a purity of family, and even when you read certain scriptures, there's so many warnings against dilution. And sometimes people have a confused concept of what it is to truly be diluted. But when you dilute yourself, you're really diluting the power of your conscience. You start to make certain sacrifices. You may sit around great information and great knowledge. And let's say the prophets have taken your head. The prophets got you, got your ear, and they got your head but the beast has your body. You know, when you have a person who's walking around, man, with no conscience, and they're walking around in human form, what you're looking at, that's what a beast actually is. A beast is someone with no conscience, or with terrible science, science, terrible internal science, you know. But to accept your own and to be yourself is the key. And there's so many things that, you know, as I was just kind of at the retreat this past strong, I'm looking out at my community, at my spiritual family, at my cultural family. And I'm saying, you know, I just like to see people free up, right? It's, you know, we had planned these activities, and, you know, this year was very interesting because typically I put the activities together, everything we're going to do. And I was like, it took me so long, you know, like I had plenty of time to write them out. And every time I sit down to do it, I just was not feeling it at all. I wasn't feeling it. And we're looking at now like days before the retreat, and I'm still like, I don't know. It's not, I have to be inspired. I'm like, I'm just not inspired, you know. And then I did formulate some activities. And then by the time we linked up and everybody pulled and everybody's plane landed and, you know, everyone was picked up from the airport and we were sitting out there in the woods, I'm like, I ain't doing none of this stuff. We gonna flow. You know, a couple things we did do, like here and there, but not like, this ain't gonna be one of those retreats. We're gonna enjoy the woods and we're gonna enjoy each other. And that's cool. That's what we're gonna do. You know, we're not gonna do a whole bunch of meditation and activities and this. Nah, we just gonna accept our own and be ourselves, as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad would put it. You know, so that is so critical, man, because we live in a world and within a culture, an external culture that seeks to do everything to keep us from being ourselves, because there's such a great power in that. You know, when you start thinking like yourself, one of the things you'll remember is that thought itself is a force. So sometimes in our waking world, we have trouble getting ourselves to act like ourselves, or we don't know what ourselves act like, or we're scared to. You know, we may have thoughts that we know are our own thoughts, that are ourselves, but like when it comes time to manifest it, oftentimes we're terrified. You know, how are people going to view me? Does this fit into any paradigm of how a person moves through the world? Am I crazy? You know, I might as well just keep going along with everyone else and sort of blend in. But when you start to really explore that science, that internal science more and more, and you start to think like yourself, the very momentous force of thought is going to break through to Satan's kingdom. Satan's kingdom, sometimes, like I said, the prophets may have your mind, but Satan has your body. You know, so you could be sitting there listening to some instruction and like, wow, that's deep. And you really vibing like, man, I'm learning. But, you know, your body you're thinking about food and greed and sex. And, you know, I'm learning all this stuff. What if I knew all this stuff that I was learning, and then I could dominate other people? I could be under other people. People could look up to me and ask me, you know, then pride and all of these things start to come in, you know, because Satan has your body. You know, even though the prophets may have your mind. So, you know, as I was sitting there and I'm just sort of observing everyone at the retreat, that sort of just kept coming to me, man. You know, accept your own and be yourself, because that's where all the great power is, if you will. You know, I started to think about the value of being known as yourself. You know, when we think about the beginning of all things, like I said, a lot of times young people, where did I come from? You came from that spinning atom, that one spinning atom of light that was spinning throughout the universe for millions of years. And eventually that spinning atom of light unfurled itself and created all that we know as creation today, you see. And when we think about, you know, just as us as deities living this human experience, you know, it's such an incredible thing because of the science, the conscious that we have inside of us, the science that many other, at least to this level of complexity, many other entities do not have. However, we have many other entities within us. You know, I was just kind of, we were in a space when we were at the retreat where there was like a lot of beautiful rocks around. Like there were a lot of different like rock formations, and there was a stream not too far, but it was the water level was kind of low, so you could see like all the rocks still in the stream. And I was looking, and I was like, man, when I was driving by, I think I was dropping somebody off, and I said, we have magnesium inside of us, we have copper inside of us, we have zinc inside of us. We have all of these elements that make up the earth brings forth all of these different realities, the animal kingdoms, the plant kingdoms, the marine kingdom. But we have all of those elements as deities living out this human experience. We have all of those elements inside of us. And we're able to govern and regulate those different elements, like I said, whether it's just iron and copper and, all these different things that we have. And we have metals inside of us. We have fire inside of us. We have water inside of us. We know we have fire in us because, there's so much in this world that seeks to get us to use that fire to destroy our kingdoms or our queendoms, But to think about, like, with all of that, we have this conscience or this conscience. And this conscience, ultimately, its desire is to be known. So, I was thinking about the value of, like, the woman coming forth, and how the eternal being, Eloah, or Allah, as some will say, created the woman so that it could be known, And I started to, I'm at the retreat, and I'm looking at the young people and the older people, and, I'm looking at them have their debates about the definitions of different words and stuff like that. And, I like to observe. That's my thing, because when you're in the midst talking with everybody, you're going to miss stuff. And I don't like to miss anything, so I'd rather just kind of be sitting in my camping chair and just watch it, But I was thinking about, the love that the creator has for its creation, or rather what it makes. Like, I have a great love for a woman that I make. And then I have a great love for students that I make, you see. And that's a very difficult love to sort of understand if you've never made anyone. When we think about how the creator said, oh, God made humans, we have all these different stories, and we understand how the Ruach, that masculine energy, was breathed into everything else that was feminine. The human body is a feminine creation. It's all feminine. The earth is feminine. So, like I've said this before, like 90% of what's out here is feminine, right? But it's the Ruach, the masculine force, the masculine spirit that brings it all to life, right? And through that making process, of instilling and establishing those minerals within that feminine vessel that we call humanity, there's a great love that's generated. So even when you have a student, when you have individuals who you have helped to awaken, because we're living on a planet that's a cemetery. It's a giant cemetery. It's a giant cemetery. And for those of us who are indigenous people and original people, we are the most dead of the dead. I know we like to look at a lot of other groups and we like to try to feign some level of superiority. But if you truly are superior and you're doing the same things that they're doing, then you are actually more dead than they actually are. They have an excuse and reason. What's your excuse? You see, so when you start to see, like, your call and your general order is to awaken the spiritually dead, and knowing that, man, this is just a gigantic cemetery. Every country, every continent on this planet, just different cemeteries. They're just different cemeteries. And my job, as one who is awakened, who woke up, is to wake other people up. But how much would you love the one who woke you up? And I think about that sometimes, because sometimes I seek to get out of the way, especially when, dealing with different Anu members and things like that. And there were certain moments where there were things that needed to be done for the community, whether it's picking somebody up from the hotel or walking a child to the bathroom or things like that. And I'm looking at how they sacrifice for each other. And in that making process, you're instilling that love, and in the awakening process, how they're even debating, waking each other up, like you wake up, wake up, wake up. That's sort of happening even within the debates or in the times that you're drumming together or, the sisters were dancing together and things like that. It's just it's a long process of wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. So yeah, I was really focused. My thoughts are really focused on that, the strong and just really thinking about the power of waking up one's conscience, the power of refining one's conscious and one's internal science. And, how you can have folks which is a very common thing that, yeah, that's deep, man. Like someone had asked me a couple of days ago, like, I don't see how people could sit under the teachings of Anu and not be in Anu. And I, yeah, because their body, Satan has their body. So yeah, their mind, I can always get their attention. I could always drop some truth on them and break things down to them and dissect things to them. But what's louder for them is Satan's pull on their body. Yeah, that's cool. But you need to smoke now. Yeah, that's cool, but you need to drink now. That's cool, but don't you want a man in your bed? Don't you want a woman in your bed? That's cool, what he talking about. But, see, the but always brings you to the lower chakras. Truth is up high. Then but, it's a deep dive down. And then it will be something carnal. The but always takes you to carnal, if you ever notice. That's true, but I'm afraid if I do that. That's true, but I feel like. That's true, but I get so angry when you see the butt always like just drops you right back down to a bunch of nothing. Eshu Ilegba. That's Peter El Croc. All that red and black on. I see what you're doing over there. I see what you're doing. Trying to make a deal at the crossroads.
You got me about that crossroads. You know what I'm talking about?
Crossroad blues. I know what you're doing.
Already.
What's going on, brother?
Nothing, Chief. Shabbat shalom. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Just going with the conversation, and the build, and I have to say, man, the retreat was really on point. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And
sure.
I really enjoyed being. First off, I didn't know New York had woods that dang on close. Mountains even that dang on close. Like this is kind of close, But it wasn't just that. But it was also like when you were talking about while we were there, how you don't need as much sleep and you don't need as much as you would if you weren't in the woods. Like for me, I was surprised about the sleep I got, but the fact that I wasn't in pain and I was sleeping on the ground.
Yeah.
And I would also say I enjoyed the camaraderie with being around everybody in Anu, especially when we was in Brooklyn. And it just felt like we was deep,
Sure.
It was just amazing, especially when we had, them fireside chats and we were going back and forth and just seeing everybody have a good time and everybody smiling and, just being around, you know what I'm saying? And also I liked how all of that was done and sometimes you weren't even there.
Yes. You caught that.
We were still vibing. We were still vibing and having fun, and you weren't even around.
You caught it. Yep. That was something I wasn't even going to bring up, but that was very intentional. That was very intentional, and that's so interesting that you caught it. Because in fact, I was thinking about it early today because that was one of my proud moments of the whole retreat because I intentionally wanted to fall back. And like, yeah, I ain't need to come around. You know, like normally it's me facilitating a bunch of activities and workshops and all of that. And I didn't do it this time. And just to see how y'all flowed, not even just in the vibe, but even in the logistics. Like I didn't have to have a long note in my phone of whose flight was arriving when and who needs to be picked up. I mean, it was a little bit of that, but it wasn't that bad, and it was like, yeah, man, this is what it's supposed to be. Like I'm coming in and out and giving some guidance here and there, but I really don't need to be here because that gel is already in place. You know what I mean? Everyone's flowing and moving like a unit, man. So yeah, man, that was something I made it was a proud note for me. What's up, Akizat?
Shabbat shalom to the chief.
Calls me on Sabbath. I need to put the do not disturb. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Let me put my do not disturb.
No worries. I just couldn't help but be so elated for my brother Aki El Karar, who got some great sleep with his audio.
You know what? That was one time, and here you go. You still ain't got out your system yet. It's all right though. It's all right.
Yeah, that's good to know that your sleep was undisturbed. That's
Oh, that's right, because he had this audio book. He brought a whole boom box, and he was blasting the news and audio books the whole time.
It's okay. I see you went to Hell's Kitchen though.
Yeah.
You welcome.
But that's crazy how Zach was complaining about an audio book. Like, I know y'all ain't reading over there. Like, I mean, there's worse things we could be complaining. Think about what our complaints are. It wasn't like, oh, they was over there doing lines. It was like they was over there reading. That's a good thing to complain about.
Sure is, especially at the times he was reading. It's even more impressive. But when you as you were building too, it just made me think of just on the idea of being yourself, and it started making me think of one of my favorite movies is The Lion King, and I know, who would have thunk it, right?
Yeah, who would have thought?
And when Simba asked Rafiki, he was like, when he was trying to ask, he's like, who are you? And he's like, no, the question is, who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Now it started making me think of Amos Wilson when he was giving a lecture on culture, and he was just saying how how is this culture, or how is the information that you have been taught about your culture serving you, as opposed and as you are serving it. And if the functionality of the information that you have learned is not supporting or the idea of you becoming powerful within that, and it keeps somebody else in power, then you have to now start to question what it is that somebody has given you.
Mm-hmm.
And now it started, when you were just saying, be yourself, it just started making me think of, of everything that's laid out in the Anu way, everything that's laid out in the 14 keys, everything that's laid out in all the work in front of you, that ultimately will start to build one up so they can grasp the root of divine power.
I see what you did. All right. I see what you did right there.
They can grasp that, as opposed to always feeling like Amos Wilson was building on, of somebody giving somebody some universal, I'm gonna give you universal truth, or we have to be all in unity with everybody, even though encompassing everybody means that I still stay at the same position. I still stay at the same level while somebody else still holds all of the resources. And
right.
It starts to help put in perspective of where one is, and the information that one has been receiving, and the information that one has been taking in, and then now looking at the application of whatever it is one has been receiving to see, is this something that I should still be investing in on a day in and day out basis? And where has this gotten me? And more importantly, where has this gotten everybody else behind me that has been using this? And what am I investing in that ultimately I'm going to be able to hand over to somebody else? that starts to make one take a look at themselves and saying, you know what, is this me, or is this a shell or a clone of me that ultimately I've been moving around only based off of the information that my oppressor or somebody else has given me, just so I don't really cause any trouble, just so I don't really cause any issues that will start to challenge the status quo and make somebody have to step up and start doing something. And then, am I afraid of being in that position? I remember you said, he was like, when you was talking about just, it wasn't money though, it was just numbers. And you was like, some people just deal with larger numbers, and it's not that big of a deal, it's just bigger numbers. And one might be afraid to be like, these are just large numbers and I'm not used to working with these numbers. But it's like, in order for you to grow, in order for you to move beyond the situation or wherever you're at, you might have to turn on an audiobook at 4 a.m. You might have to.
Or get choked out for 5 minutes.
You get to the wrestling. He said 5 minutes.
How can you get choked for 5 minutes?
Well, I did record your little tussle. It was about 9 minutes. It was 8 minutes 54 seconds.
And then how long did it take me to reverse it?
It didn't take that. It didn't take that long. You know what I mean?
About 30 seconds and it was done.
No, you needed instruction.
But yeah, that's what it started making me think of. Just and while, well, I don't know, like, is one really taking into account the application of what they have learned and applying to see if it is really beneficial for them, and ultimately are coming into something new where they can become a juggernaut in a sense, but are they willing to step into that new space in order to look at themselves and say, you know what, I'm willing to go here and willing to sacrifice in order to move and beyond where I'm at, in order to hand something over of greater value than what I've been given up until this point.
Well, you know, that's the thing, brother, that it goes back to the two requirements of conscious and love. It's your conscious that brings you to that place. See, people think like they fall into knowledge. You know, I just fell into the light. You know, it doesn't happen like that. Your conscious leads you to the light, and we're all given a conscious at birth. Those of us who are not beasts and devils. And we're given that conscious so we can direct ourselves. So certain things you'll hear them, like I say, the wise only need a hint. Certain things you'll hear them and immediately it's like, oh yeah. I don't know, but I got to be over there. I need to be over there, wherever the heck that is. I remember the first time I heard The Last Poets. I was like, whatever the heck this is like what people should be listening to. And you know, I'm hearing the drums, and I'm hearing, you know, the white man's got a God complex. The white man's got a God complex, you know, and I'm hearing these different poems, and I'm like, man, and this is before I heard hip hop. I heard The Last Poets, you know, Watts Prophets, Last Poets, and I'm like, how are they putting their words to get, like, what the heck is that? They're putting this word is going over there, then they're yelling, you know. But it was such an amazing thing that it made me want to understand more about the type of people who would come up with an art form like that, which takes you down a deeper rabbit hole, right? So your conscious, it may be a weird path. You know, you might see a piece of fruit that's from Africa, you know, and be like, that's delicious. And next thing you know, you got on beads and you dancing around, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. From a piece of fruit. You know, so it's like your conscious has the ability to guide you, but you have to have the love in order to see yourself worthy of exploring yourself and exploring each other. See, that's the accept your own part. You know, like you have people, like we've been taught, like you said, what we've been taught by oppressors. You know, we've been taught by oppressors, love everybody, right? That's not even in the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? To love everybody. That's not even scriptural, you know, but the reality is anytime somebody says they love everybody, they love no one. You know, if you really understand the science of that idea, I love everybody. You love no one. You see, and because you have to be able to first, before you can love anyone, you have to love you. Because how could you say you love everyone and you don't love yourself? And you are part of everyone. You see what I'm saying? So this whole misconception. But once you understand, like once I accept, when it says be yourself, accept your own, be yourself. There's love for my people. There's love for myself. And then once I have that, that's going to start to negate what the slave makers were teaching me previously. And it's going to give me instruction on how I should treat you. You see, like, and that's the whole initiative to keep us from loving ourselves enough to explore ourselves, because we all have something interesting based on the diversity and the complexity of who we are as the original people. So why would I want to kill one of you when you are a tree in the Garden of Eden? Why would I want to cut that tree down? I need your information. Like, look at all the wild diversity that we have amongst original people, right? And imagine if somebody cut down, Leonard Peltier. Imagine if somebody cut down Huey Newton. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have all this, then we could go Miles Davis, Ella Fitzgerald, Ben Carson. You know what I'm saying? If somebody cut them down before we were able to eat of that tree, imagine how much we'd be missing in our library. But if I don't understand the relationship that I have with you, I don't care if it cut it down. Who cares? You see, I don't know what I'm missing. It's like you look at Tupac Shakur, dead at 25, but clearly a brilliant mind. Clearly a brilliant mind. He would have been in his 50s if he would have lived. Probably political office, something, you know what I'm saying? We look at Quincy Jones. At 25, he was a struggling trumpet player. He was poor. He was struggling. He was a struggling trumpet player at 25. Now he's the god of the music industry. What if that tree would have got cut down? See, so it's just like when we look at a Tupac, we don't accept your own. Be yourself. So we don't understand. No, don't cut that tree down. That's the tree we need. Protect that tree. Protect. Even the Most High protected a tree. Hey man, get up out of here and put these cherubims here, man. Don't let them come back here playing with this tree. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna eat all of it off it, and then we gonna die. We ain't gonna have no more fruit left to live forever. So imagine like how we've disrupted the garden of our own cultural experience by cutting down those who should have been here longer, and as a result have disrupted the diet that we were supposed to have. There's a certain regimen of intake that we're supposed to have, and in order to get that, we're sent prophets and we're sent messengers. In our generational experience, we cut down a prophet or a messenger, and now we don't get the food we're supposed to get, and our whole body is off kiltered. Our whole mind is off kiltered, and we can't figure out how we can't get right because we done cut up some of we done killed some of the fruit that we needed for the spirit to grow to where it needed to be. And we've been trained to do that. We've been trained to hate each other, to disrespect each other, to cut each other down, to kill each other, essentially. We've been trained to do that. We've been trained not to accept our own. And then we're given more encouragement. If you think about this today, we're given more encouragement to dilute than to purify. If you look at any commercial, any music video, any TV show, you can't even hardly tell what these people are. There's such an ambiguity and ethnicity. You don't know what I love Jesus, whatever the hell that means. You know what I mean? So you got all this ambiguity, but we're encouraged towards that in a country at one point where that was illegal. Let's not forget Emmett Till. So all of a sudden now, you want me to do all this diluting and blending. And I'm supposed to trust you, the same person who killed me, for doing it. And I'm supposed to trust what you telling me. But if I say that I want to purify and get with my own and accept my own and love my own, now we got an issue.
It's a hate group.
Reverse racism. You see, that's cult thinking. Oh, that's a cult. You trying to get with your own and love your own. That's a cult. You see, these are the sick sort of lessons that are secreted into our thought pool. You know.
Yeah, like like when we was at the at the retreat, we did, and that girl came up to Zach, but at the same time,
Wait, back up. What happened? What I missed?
Oh, you saw it, Chief. You was right there.
Which one? What?
That girl. Well,
at the festival.
The one that asked for a picture with him, and
Zach was out here making families. Oh yeah, Zach was about to have some little New York children.
But in my mind, for real, I you know what? I didn't expect to get that kind of love in New York of all places, and even in Brooklyn. You know what I'm talking about? I was just like, wow, this ain't bad at all. You know what I'm talking about? Usually, like you say, you always have to go out, and I always think about that because, especially when it comes to Emmett Till, because memory and where I'm from, and it strikes hard. You know what I'm talking about? Right. But yeah, you're not taught to purify and to basically protect traits and gene pools that are your own genius, or the genius of the original people. You know what I'm talking about? It's always, dilute. But I was like, it's like, I sometimes think, I came to learn about, I didn't learn about Dr. John Henry Clark till I was grown. And I'm like, he already didn't go. It's like, well, what would have happened, if somebody would have started me off young and got me into the knowledge, earlier on, on these certain people like Amos Wilson and all of them and things like that, But that's because they, in the sense, they weren't as revered and protected, by everybody, But yeah, I totally feel what you're saying right there.
Yeah, man. It's even when we look at that north, south, east, west thing, like who's telling anybody they got a problem with anybody? Because we all, from the north, we got that saying country cousins. Because all of our relatives are in the south. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody in the north is from down south. And even if you're not from down south in America, you're from the Caribbean, which is down south. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so where did that idea even come from that we got problems with each other when every summer we were down south? You know what I mean? I don't have a whole lot of like Southern family and stuff like that. So that was one of my points of jealousy growing up as a child, because all my friends would go down south for the summer and they'd be like, yeah, I was down south and they got roaches that fly and, and all this different kind of stuff. Like we just got regular roaches though. They come out the cereal box though. They be tearing up that Raisin Bran. You got to check them raisins. You be like, see that raisin, if it's brown or purple, But yeah, man, everybody had these stories. Oh man, I was at my uncle let me ride his tractor. I shot a shotgun down south. All them down south stuff y'all be doing, shooting shotguns and all that stuff like that. So where does this idea come from that we, there's this division? So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times we're getting these messages and we don't understand the psyops that's actually happening. Because there's value in the South, there's value in the North. Right now, we got a movie coming out, with Denzel in it. And he's playing Hannibal. And you got people already Movie ain't even out yet. It's they already protesting. You know,
Campbell wasn't black. He's Phoenician.
right? You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you don't know, okay, yeah, because a black person couldn't have possibly ever used the technology of elephants, and no, of course not. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where do these narratives come from, and what is the purpose of them? You know, because they cause us to misinterpret everything that's put in front of us. You know, a good story, even in the Bible, is the story of the Good Samaritan. That's actually a story about race. A lot of people think that's a story about doing nice things for people. It's not. It's a story about identifying who your neighbor is. You know what I mean? That's a good story, because the Bible is full of stories about, hey, man, don't be diluting. You know, love thy neighbor. Well, who's my neighbor? Hey, I'm gonna tell you a little story. You know, there's a reason why these bloodlines are, and this one begot this one, and this one begot that one, because that's the proof. That's the birth certificate. So this one deserves to be in the book because they have a lineage. So now from understanding that lineage, you're going to understand what's supposed to happen next. You see, but we were trained out of that. Peace, Aki, now. What's happening?
Peace, everyone. Yeah. This where this conversation is at, it makes me think of how everything, you know, that has to do with, like, let's say scripture, all the media that we're given is all Europeanized. You know, it's always a European person in that position of, okay, we're Noah, we're Jesus, we're that, we're this. And then you see the same thing with Kemet.
Yeah.
You know, they do the same thing with that. And I've this is something I've said to people when talking about just Israelite or Hebrew culture. It's like, when you see them do it with the Egyptians, you're like, oh yeah, they were African, they were black. Yeah, for sure. But it's like with the Israelites, you're like, nah, like that's different. But it's like they're doing the same thing. You know, they're just putting themselves on it so that every time you think of them, every time you think Israel, every time you think Egypt, that's the image that comes to mind. So you never associate yourself with it.
Right. And you know what's so crazy? It's like you have to have the, see, this is why a community like Anu is important to me personally. I'm always thinking in terms of delegation. And I say that to say that you have to break so much stuff down that it's almost impossible for one person to do it. Because, like, even in what you just said, which I do totally agree with, I'm like, yes, but we also have to break that map down. Now, who's going to take, you know, the next 5 to 10 years and study cartography and really understand that when they are, like you said, when they're saying Israel and they're saying Egypt, they're not even talking about the land areas that they're telling us today. So that's like a whole nother course of study. Like, where were these places really? Because you're going to find out a lot of these places were in the Americas. And that's going to throw the whole story off. Then you'll start to realize the importance of Mayan culture, you know, and why you have like the Olmec heads and why they look like meat. You know what I'm saying? So you got big round heads, big, no, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, like that's the thing. Like, when you have a community, say, all right, well, you study the language, you study the financial systems, you study the maps, you know, because it's been just that much that has been torn apart. Even when we look at like Hannibal, the story of his father is very interesting. Hamilcar, you know, Hamilcar, his Barker, right? His nickname, which means thunderbolt, right? Now Barker, you've heard me talk about Barak, which means lightning. Now this wasn't no black man, right? It wasn't no black man, but we have Hebrew, Yoruba, and Akan terms for Barak, not just Barker. And come on, you see the similarity, and they all mean lightning bolt, or to bless, or to create. It also means cosmos, which gives you an idea about how the cosmos was created from light. And then we have Hannibal Barca. And we say, oh, well, yeah, but that's different. It's, you know what I mean? Like, come on, stop playing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you're right, man. Like, where we're getting all of these different ideas and images from, man, it really takes a lifetime to start to strip your mind of some of these very thwarted sort of images. Like you said, even when you say, well, okay, the Egyptians were black. They don't care. But if you start talking about Nile Valley civilization, because like I said, you have Egyptologists, then you have chematologists, then you have people who study Nile Valley civilization, which takes you to Uganda. Mm. But you notice Egyptologists never like to make the connection between Egypt and Uganda. Mm. Which is actually the origins of that civilization when you study it. Because now it gets too funky. Now we got to talk about Idi Amin. We talking about Ugandans. We talking about Idi Amin. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, even in that, like, we didn't call that land Egypt. So it's like, you'll give us that, like, well, okay, we'll go study Egypt, and the Egyptians was there. So we're validating even their ideas and their terms by the use of even taking that and validate. So even if we say Israel, we didn't use the term Israel. That's not our word, Israel. You know what I mean? So when you use a fake term like that, then you can start making fake associations. Well, Israel is Isis, Ra, and El. Sure, it is. in fantasy land, because that wasn't the name of the area. Sure. So if you want to take that and make something else with it, go right ahead. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You can make anything you want with it, because it was never real to begin with. That wasn't the term that we used. And even the landmass in Jerusalem or Yerushalayim that they point to, that wasn't our spot. You need to go over to Somalia or the land of Punt. You need to be going over there. You know what I mean? And then ask yourself, man, that place been at war for a long time. Why? What the heck? Ethiopians are so cool. They're so laid back. Somalians are cool. What? Why are you calling them pirates? Why are you picking on them people? So you start to realize that the people who hold the most oldest origins of the truth are the ones who get messed with the most. So they keep the dust kicked up so you can't see the clear picture. Haiti is never gonna have no dust not kicked up, because there's too much information in Haiti. There's certain areas there's just too much information. Too much information in Iraq. There's too much information in Somalia. There's too much information in Haiti. There's way too much information in South America. Them places been in conflict since I was a child, and it's gonna stay that way. Just that's the smoke screen. So they'll tell you, oh, well, stay where you at. You know, where you live, Kansas? Oh, that's a safe place. Stay in Kansas. You know, Idaho is beautiful. They got potatoes. Stay there. You know, there's never any wars in Idaho. You know, so you'll never even think, and let me go buy a ticket and go down to Puerto Rico and go walk around the rainforest for a little bit, see what's happening there. Let me go look at some of those mound structures in South America, see what's popping. They'll put travel advisories. You know what I'm saying? That's to keep you out of spots. You know, we love the tourism of the Bahamas, but why don't we ever talk about all the slave ports there? It's a lot of slave ports there, but you would never know. It's just we don't talk about that. You know.
Yeah, Chief, I totally feel you on that one. Especially like if you listen to what they say, they'll like put like the Berbers and the Gadamantes as two different people, and they just
two different people, right?
They the same people. You know what I'm talking about? And then you want to travel to these places, and then there's always something wrong or something bad, and there's just so much history and civilization even when you said, man, you should check out Ecuador. I never thought about that. I was like, like, yeah, that probably be a nice place to go see, visit the Yucatan Peninsula and things like that, and visit places like for me, I've always liked Tikal, my city of Tikal and Palenque and things like that, because it just seems like those city states was just popping for me, But no one tells you, go experience these mound places. They don't even tell you that about Alabama. Go experience the mounds in Alabama, or go to Cahokia in Illinois, which is like around like East St. Louis, Illinois. Which that was a whole city, on a mound. Nobody tells you that, but all these places are there, and for you to explore and to really, understand, but like you say, smoke and mirrors, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep. I mean, any place you got where they kept the native names, you got to go there, because they were like, we're gonna violate you, but we know we cannot. We can't rename Kansas. Why don't you rename it? Like you got that. You took it. We can't rename Alabama. We can't rename Mississippi. These are native terms for those areas. You talking about the Sioux River. You know what I mean? Like, you got all these different places, and you looking at them like, man, now you'll go and you'll see New Babylon and stuff like that. Like, man, ain't nothing over there. Don't worry about that. You got to go to where they didn't change the name because they was too scared to. You see, there's so much there. I've been all through so-called South and Central America. I've been fascinated since the days of Noriega. With those, because it was always wars down. I'm like, man, what is down there? Like Nicaragua. I've been to Nicaragua, been to Guatemala. I've been a lot of places that people be like, these are not tourist areas. But yeah, I want to see what's happening. And more so, let me just talk to the dude on the side of the street selling water. That's the history book right there. It's not just about going to the sites, but you tell me what really happened here. You get more information that way.
That's why I wanted to mob through New York. You know what I'm saying? Going on. And then the streets.
Y'all got the New York light. You know what I'm saying? We got ease you in that experience, man. You can't do too much at once. You know what I'm saying? You can't do too much at once. But it's like El Karaz said about even being in Brooklyn, like, or not knowing, like, yeah, we do have forests in New York. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because again, what image are you being given? We got beaches. We got mountains. We ski. We got ski trails. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got everything. You know what I'm saying? In New York, and we don't get any natural disasters. You never heard about no heavy stuff, no hurricanes. We don't get any of that stuff, right? So, but again, what image is being perpetuated? What you typically see is the New York skyline. So everybody thinks that New York is the subway and then the Empire State Building. You know what I mean? That's the full of it. That's New York. You would never know, like, no, cats be doing yoga in the park here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we have violent areas, but everywhere got violent areas. Hell, man, I mean, look at Little Rock, Arkansas. Little Rock. That's like the nicest name you could have, Little Rock. You know what I'm saying? They be banging out there. I've been on Little Rock.
Man, I didn't once I saw that documentary, I was a kid, but once I saw that documentary, banging in Little Rock,
banging in Little Rock.
Especially there was Chicago gays in Little Rock. I was like, whoa.
They get busy.
It gets down. They get busy.
They get busy.
Having, friends that, from Chicago that moved there, and I'm like, yeah, they get down here.
Yeah, but you know what? That's to keep you out of the Ozarks, because Little Rock has, I think Mississippi is first. Little Rock has the second or third highest population of African Americans in America. Little Rock is all black. So we call Washington, D.C. Chocolate City, but Little Rock actually outnumbers them as far as black folk who live it. How many people know that? So you got a place that got that many dark faces living in it. That got to be a place worth checking out. And then you have places like Pine Bluff. These are historical places. You go to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. These are areas where some of your first UFO sightings ever were. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the Ozark Mountains. And then you have the name Ark Kansu. Just the name itself should wake you up. Ark Kansu. And it's in the middle, it's practically in the middle of the country. That's a special place. There's a reason why all the black people converge there. But then when you want to learn about that, they say, oh, they just gangbangers. Don't go there. They're gangbangers. You know?
Or that George G.M. James taught at UAPB.
Right. George James. Yeah, we coming up on Black August. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, you know, it's just, you got to understand the propaganda machine. And the beauty of the propaganda machine, at least the beauty I see in the propaganda machine, if what you were trying to keep me from was that inaccessible, you wouldn't be trying to keep me from it. So I know once I get in front of it, it's going to give me something just like that. Or you wouldn't be going, you'd be like, whatever, let them go there. They won't figure it out. So whenever I see them fighting to keep me, I'm like, oh, I know some of my fruit there. One of them trees from the garden land. That's a garden tree. You better get over there. You go see what they talking about over there. See what that's about. You know.
You know, when you talk about like how all these black people, melanated people, converge in Arkansas, that area, Little Rock, it makes me think of when we were talking about how, you know, they give us these reservations where we can be. Right. And they tell us to go there, but nobody tells us to go to Little Rock though. Nobody's like, yo, you should go to Little Rock. You say you're going there. People are like, why are you going there? Like, what are you talking about?
Little Rock ain't even got a web series. They got nothing. Like this, nobody shouts out Little Rock. They got nothing.
Right.
That's the ones you pay attention to.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like doing the opposite. It's like they tell you not to go there. All right, you probably need to go there. You know?
That's where you go. Because some of the places, even when people say things like, oh, go back to Africa. Nah, I like it here. You know what I'm saying? My ancestors always liked it here. That's why we were here first. Because we liked it here too. We liked it up in Alaska too. That's why there's paintings of us on cave walls up there. We liked it over there too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I ain't gonna trick me with that. Because the original man always picked the best part of the planet Earth for himself. Everybody know that. You know what I mean? So you know, when they say go back, you don't want to go back to Europe. It sucks. You know what I'm saying? You can't grow no food. There's no, like my man said in Robin Hood, this eternal land. Where is the sun? Is there no sun in this eternal land? Oh man, the more Robin Hood.
Is there no sun in this godforsaken country?
Yeah, there's no sun in this godforsaken. He was trying to find the east so he could pray. I can't even find the sun here. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. You know what I'm saying? Hell, all they got is the Hobbit. They ain't even got a whole bunch of mythology. Damn. For sure. You know what I'm saying? So the original man always going to pick the best part, but sometimes we get tricked out of our goal. You know, we get tricked out of our goal. You know, and that's a form of that. You know, telling us, well, go there, or you know, again, like yeah, you got those reservation dots. You can go there, you can go there, you can go there, you can go. Now, what about the other? No, we shall not go there. Like, come on, man. Knock it off. Like, I tell you, a state that I love the vibe of, man, is Louisiana. Louisiana is so like, I understand why 50 Cent built that studio in Shreveport. He know the vibe. He picked up the vibe. Everything ain't New Orleans. You know, right? You know what I mean? The state itself has such a interesting energy on it. Such a beautiful, I would say even mystical energy on it. But all you hear about is Baton Rouge and New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? But if you go further up north in Louisiana, man, that's a beautiful state, man. That's a gorgeous state.
I mean, Lincoln Parish, Washington Parish, Natchitoches. I mean, come on, man. Like,
And look at the names.
The
Washington.
names, yeah.
There's a lot of native names. There's another one, sister. I used to rock with. What was it? Natatuchi, Nata Coochie. It was some. So it was a native name. I won't say crazy, but it was like Natatuchi, a lot of coochie. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. You know what I mean?
Nacogdoches?
Say it again.
Nacogdoches?
That might have been it, but I don't know. I remember it was coochie in there. But yeah, man, it was something like that. But they got a lot of native sort of names like that, man. That's a beautiful place, but we don't really go there like that. we can go there like that.
That's
you know.
I went down. That was one of the things that kept me from Mexico. Actually, was everybody talking about the cartel and you know the crime, and if you go down there, then you may get kidnapped and all of this other stuff. And then when I finally went down there, I'm like, I don't see any of this. It's actually very nice. it's an open.
People
land.
are friendly.
Goodness gracious.
Right.
And then even going back to Louisiana, which that's the difference. I think I'm going to say the difference that I found between New York people and down south people. Like when I was in Louisiana, I walked out one day and there was a dude just sitting on the stoop. Like is walking down and he just sitting on it. And I'm like, what is this dude? Like, this is not your house, man. I don't know what's going on. And come to find out, like there was an older lady that I finally met, and she was like, "Oh, baby, we just do that. Like you just sit down.
Right, a seat is a seat. Right. No matter your house or not.
And you offer somebody a drink, like you thirsty or something like that.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay. In New York, though, it wasn't like that. It was more.
It's a little different.
Which I'm thinking. This is my theory on it. So please, there were so many people hustling in New York that I'm thinking that people are just locked in straight ahead, because it's almost like if you go to a light, you know, and people see homeless people walk, I already know what this person wants. If I make eye contact with them, then that means that they're going to come a beeline straight to me, and then I got to find a way to say no to this person. I'm thinking that in New York, if you keep straight ahead and you don't connect with somebody trying to sell you something or somebody trying to get you, you don't have to engage in that conversation. You're able to just keep walking and going where you want to and not have to deal with that.
It's definitely is part of that. We live in the home of a lot of hustlers, you know. So if somebody, you know, certain questions you already know, you know, like if I'm walking down the street, somebody asks me what time it is, I'm punching them in the face, because I already know I know what that is. That's something we used to do back in the days. You got the time. As soon as they look down, they watch. You hit them and then you rob them, right? So that may not happen. Somebody might really need the time, but you know, we live in a heightened state of fear in New York because of the so like New York people think they're tougher than everybody, and it's not that we're tougher. We're just more jittery, you know, because we live in a space where we're over policed. You know, I would say our policing rivals California, you know, because I don't think any police are worse than Los Angeles police, but we're around there, you know. And then because it's such an enclosed space, especially as far as for the men in New York, there's these constant sort of psychological battles for territory, right? So even as far as you coming into my personal space, there's gonna be or why you looking at me, or why you standing so close to me, because we don't have a lot of space, you know. So like even sitting on a stoop, like you could sit on a stoop, but like who you know here, you know, that's you're gonna be asked that, like yo, I know you, fam. Who you know here, you know, like that could be something, right? But a lot of it is because in the South you have a lot of rich, melanin rich people. You ain't got that up north. You know, we look more wealthy than the South, but we're not. So we do a lot of little different things to gain the self-respect of territory. You'll never find anybody who spits on the ground as much as a New York do. We constantly spit. If you look at that old show, The Wire, there was a character on there, Brody, and he was always spitting, right? that's an up north thing, because subconsciously we're trying to mark our territory because we don't own anything. I've seen that even times when me walking down the block and there's a dude coming my way in the opposite direction, he'll just spit like, you know, and that's the kind of, you know, subconsciously show like, yeah, I'm not scared. You're scared though. I know you're scared, but I'm not scared. You know, or if I'm on my block, if I'm on my corner, I'm gonna do something nasty on that corner. I'm a pee on the corner, you know, something like that, spit on the corner, take a dump on the corner. But subconsciously, what it is I'm trying to do is mark territory. So it really is a cry out from an enslaved mind. A lot of the New York activity, whether it's looking straight, because yeah, you're terrified. You know, there's certain areas that I grew up having to walk every day, right? And it was just normal for me to feel fear when I got to a certain part of the street. Like, that's just what it is. Like, I know on this part of the street, they be jumping out, they be robbing people. Well, why don't you go around the other? I ain't going around the other way. But I'm still got some fear. So I'm tiptoeing and I'm looking around corners. Like, I had a friend like that in the building. They used to always break the elevator, so you had to take the steps and they rob you in the stairwell. But I still used to go over there all the time. But I'm like, it's like Mission Impossible. I'm going up the stairwell. Every time I go up there, and I'm looking around, I got a knife in my hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, but this, we normalize that. That's crazy. Right. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just being like, yo, come downstairs. You got to now take 30 minutes to go upstairs because you like a ninja going up the steps because they rob people in the stairwell. You know what I'm saying? But so that's just like some of the plantation sickness that a lot of us have, a very vicious sort of matrix of PTSD in the North. A lot of us, and then we have some of us who ran from the South up north because it was too vicious down there. You know, back in the 50s and the 60s, and then raised children with that fear, which is like a Willie Lynch tactic. You know, so now we come up in the city and we're not only we afraid of the South, you know how many people in the city afraid of the South never even been past Maryland? You know, I ain't going down there, man. They, you know, first they said KKK. KKK originated up north. That's where they were founded. They weren't founded in the South. They were founded in Connecticut. Then they went from Connecticut to New Jersey. That was the origins of the Ku Klux Klan, not Mississippi, Alabama. They went down there, but we just have that sort of in our head, man. So it's just plantation sickness, brother. You know what I mean? As far as sitting on a stoop or whatever, it's like, yeah, we don't own nothing. So we fight over blocks. We fight over stoops. You know, then when we get locked up, we fight over the phone. We fight, you know, anything. We fight over what bunk. No, get on the top bunk. Top bunk, you know, I want the bottom bunk. We fight over the bunk. But you in jail. It don't matter if you sleep on the floor. You in jail. You gonna fight over what bunk you gonna sit on. You see, that's that plantation sort of viciousness, you know.
That almost seems like what you talked about of being tricked. And it sounds like that was what started to stand out for me as you were speaking of and going back to the beginning of the conversation when you're talking about be yourself. And now it's like what does it really mean to be a man? And it seems like one has information to, yeah, you are supposed to protect. Yeah, you are supposed to be in a family. But then now what does that begin to look like? Does that begin to look like that family becomes a gang as opposed to becoming a real family and connecting with other men who are actually looking out for families and then building strong infrastructures? Or does it look like because now I don't want to be no punk and I don't want to avoid the going up the rail, even though I know that somebody knocked the elevator out, I want to look like though that I'm able to hold my own. So I'm going to go up there, and then I'm also going to say, if I do go in this direction and something maybe start to occur, I can say that I'm connected. Like you said, you know, who do you know? At least I can say I'm connected to Bloods. I can say I'm connected to Crips. I can say I'm connected to this. So now I have, quote unquote, an army behind me, as opposed to getting with a man who is actually building something that will say, you know what, I'm connected to this lineage and this line. I'm going to remove you from that. So it's almost like there's an inkling that knows I should be doing this, but the information that one is given something that's not going to be of any nutritional value whatsoever.
We move into suicidal activities. This is what took out Tupac. He should have just been somewhere writing poems and reading scripts. You see? So a lot of the stuff we do, like, yeah, I'm going to go on this block or go into this building, even though it's dangerous, because I don't want my friends, quote unquote, to turn on me and treat me like I'm food now. That's really what that is. It's not even that it's a rite of passage, but if somebody finds out that I didn't hold myself down, something happened, I ran or whatever, now I'm food on the menu. You know, so it's the peers that we have around us and what we decide that we want to see as our place in the pecking order. So that's when I speak about the prophets may have your mind, but Satan has your body. Mm-hmm. You know, so you may be learning something deep and, you know, still in the back of your mind is, yeah, but I ain't no punk though. You know, I ain't no punk. So now I got to show who that I'm not a punk. You know, the people who I know don't really love me, but I have to live around every day. I got to show them that I'm not food on your menu. Go to somebody else. Mm-hmm. Right. So that a lot of that, again, it's just plantation mentality, you know, as opposed to embracing each other. You know, it's crazy, man. I had and I told this story before, but y'all wouldn't remember, a long time ago. But a brother I knew who, he's no longer here in the physical, but I remember one time having a conversation in the barbershop, and like he was related to somebody in our crew. He was a girlfriend's younger brother, right? And he used to like get into stuff, but he really wasn't a tough guy, but he was kind of tall and he worked out with us. So he kind of looked like he could be tough, but he wasn't really, you know, but he just wanted to be around. He wanted to be down. And I remember us having a conversation about like, yo, that ain't him. Like, you need to really tell him, like, he don't have to act like that. That's not him, you know? And, he eventually lost his life because he ended up in a situation that was not him. And he was in the wrong place. It was him and another good friend of mine. They were both shot up. But he took, my other friend took 6 shots and survived. He took 1 and that was it. He was out of here. You know, so it's when you really have love, that's when we say, you know, accept your own. Accept your own and be yourself, right? You could look at anybody that, you know, different environments have all different sorts of people, you know, and if we understand that this is our own, we understand that these are all different valuable and beautiful textures. You know, like I never wanted to see Donny Hathaway get into a fight with Marvin Gaye. Like that's not something that I was ever interested in. Now, if y'all want to do a song together, dope. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to see them scrapping. Or see Barry White somewhere, you know, wrestling with Al Sharpton. You know what I'm saying? Like the battle of the 2 bears. I didn't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? So we're able to accept these different people for the different texture and the different sound and the timbre that they create in the orchestra of our nation. You know, but then when it comes down to the more micro level, we can't accept that within ourselves. To say, nah, I'm not. You know, I remember at times telling my crew, like, look, I ain't like y'all. I'm not going to jail every 6 months. That's not cool for me. Every 6 months, y'all do something crazy. Y'all get locked up. You make a new baby, get locked up, and come home with little pictures. You know, come back to the barbershop to get a cut because you about to go see your new baby mama. That's not my life. I was not interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. So I was okay with saying that, but I can still box. You still know I got hands. I still bust your ass. But I'm sitting here reading the Bible or I'm sitting here reading the Quran. You know, I'm doing programs out of the barbershop where, you know, we used to have ciphers in the barbershop. The Nation of Gods and Earths used to come through and we do like parliaments in my barbershop. You know, but everyone still knew, like, yeah, but you was nice with his hands. But I ain't getting locked up every 6 months. you know what I'm saying? So that's a texture that was hard to understand, but it was accepted because it was authentic. Authenticity is the highest vibration. So if you authentic, you're gonna go beyond anything that you think you need to prove yourself to, if you are what you were designed to be. And that goes back to conscience, to your conscience. When you are now exhibiting yourself and moving through the world as your natural form, you're going to vibrate and be sharper and be brighter. You know, that's why back in the days they called us shines on the plantations. They called us shines because we had a natural shine. You know, the melanin rich man, they see that bald head in the sun and the way we just glow and shine, and look at those shines, you see? But if you come back to that, that's an authentic vibration. That was before Jergens and Vaseline and whatever. You know, we just naturally shine. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like, so it's getting back to that root vibration because you have decided to be yourself. You have accepted your own and all of its different vibrations. And then you have decided to be what you were originally constructed to be. You see? Peace, Master Menelec.
Peace, everyone. How y'all doing today?
All right. We're moving and grooving.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, y'all touched on a lot. I was actually reminded, I went back and watched one of the code science videos that Aki El-Kara did. And the first thing that stood out to me was a quote that he said from Neely Fuller. He said, if you don't understand white supremacy, racism, everything else you understand will confuse you. You know, I think that really fits to the first part of the conversation, even when we talking about like right now. And another part of it was I've seen some people who tried to change what they are to blend in with the wrong crowd and end up in a bad way as well. I've had some experiences watching it, and it's usually like all you can do is shake your head because it's like you really didn't need to be over there. You know, it's like someone said, I don't know who it comes from no more, but someone said people work hard for the situation.
Exactly.
Stick up the chest, big dog. But people really do work hard for the situations because they're confused and they don't know what the situation should be. Like my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge or lack of vision. You know, they don't have the vision to say this is what it's supposed to look like. You know, or they shun it because that's not grimy enough or that's not rough enough. You know, I want something rough. I don't want to like just doing over there smiling. Why you so happy?
Right.
You know, you're supposed to be screw faced. You're supposed to always have a mean mug on, and you're just copying what you're seeing someone else doing, but you don't realize the behavior you're copying is trauma or is that PTSD that you're talking about for those up north. You know, so that's what was coming to mind as you were just breaking down that PTSD of I'm going to look as unfriendly as possible for my own survival. And then now everyone else is copying that unfriendly look because
right.
It's cool.
Even your woman. Even your woman is copying it. And then that affects your ability to mate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from a look. Right. You know, now she's unapproachable, but she's doing that for her own survival because she's the recessive, you're the dominant. Well, that's what my man does, so that's what I got to do. And then now there's less families as a result. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you say something as simple, like just in what you were saying, something as simple as like, if we said right now, like, what is the Afro-Shemitic economy? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's that's part of one of our tenets of survival. You have to conduct your economy in a way that is your own. You know, not to mention like supporting Afro-Shemitic businesses, not businesses that are maybe Euro businesses with an Afro-Shemitic face, you know, but actual Afro-Shemitic businesses. You know what I mean? Like, do you have a business that puts people on to their roots? You know, even if it's something like, you know, selling proper nutrition products or hygiene products or what. But what brings me back to me? Selling certain instruments that are our own instruments. You know, what pulls me back to me? But, you know, you start to just look at some of the very base tenets of what we are to do. And I think it was either you or Zach that said, like, is me building a community or having these brothers around me? Like, no. You know, Allah, like I said, furled through the cosmos in triple stage darkness, and the first thing that Allah created was a woman. Not a set. You know what I'm saying? Not a bunch of dudes. You know what I'm saying? But Allah created a woman, and Allah said that that woman was created so that Allah could be known. You know, you think about that. Sometimes we try not to say it as men, but we do it. We judge each other by the women that we with. We do. You know what I'm saying? It says a lot. You know, because sometimes you could have a lower perception of a guy, and so not just in a way that like, oh, she's bad, man. You know, you might see a sister that's homely, and you realize, oh man, this cat ain't as shallow as I thought he was, man. You know what I mean? So he sees beyond that, you know. So, but we do. It's to be known. So Allah created the woman to be known. You know. So if we're saying that, like when we say like, well, what is a man supposed to do? Follow that model. But Allah took millions of years to know itself. Knowledge of self first. I'm going to deal with knowledge of self. Then once knowledge exists, then knowledge must be known. That's the 11th. That's the gateway to know knowledge, or to knowledge. And then once I knowledge, then what comes forth? Wisdom. The 2. You see? So Allah took millions and millions of years to know. I'm knowledge. I got to know me. Just an atom spinning around in darkness for millions of years. You know, and then finally saying, okay, now it's time for me to create a second self so I can be known. Not so I can know it. You see, that's our job, man. So what does a man do? Like, yo, where's your knowledge seeds? You got 1 or 2 or 3 cats who say, hey man, this brother shook me. This was my awakener. I was asleep. This brother shook me and woke me up. That's what men do. We go around and we wake people up who sleep.
That reminds me of this experience I had when, you know, me and my family, we drum a lot. You know, we drum a lot in the community, go to different schools, events in, you know, Charlotte, North Carolina, all over really, but really this is about Charlotte. We were at this school and we did a performance, and his brother came up to my pops after. He's like, oh, Pop, man, this was amazing. Like, just drumming. Like, drum was just like, it was calling him. And a few months later, he's got a drum. He's doing circles, you know, he's got his own group. He's got his own, and he credits that performance to being the reason why he's turned to like African drumming. And that's something that woke him up. Yeah. It's like you said, shook him up, woke him up. He's like, yo, yeah, this is what I need to be doing. Right.
Now, you know, I'll even throw this in there based on that story. It might have been a different effect if it was just your pops. Right? But you seeing this man with his family.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Wives, children, like we all getting it. You know what I'm saying? And because the family has been doing it for so long, there's no instruction shouted out. You know, so when y'all are dancing and drumming, it's like it's one organism. You know, it's just one organism flowing, and that by itself, man, is I remember years ago. This is a brother by the name of Kayinde. You probably remember Kayinde, right? Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And you know how Kayinde, like, sick drummer, like, oh my goodness. Kayinde had his class alone was sick. Like all that jogging. Like we came to drum, man. We come to run. Like we ain't gotta do this. You know, it's like a whole workout. I don't want this, man. I go back to the boxing gym, man. It's my day off. You know what I'm saying? But what I liked about Kayende's troupe was that they sounded like one drum.
Mm.
You know, and it was almost frightening. You know, like there's something about it that's just a little scary. You know, that uniformity. So in the same instance, the story that you're telling, man, there's something powerful about seeing that high science. I'm seeing men, women, children, you know, and they're moving with the unity, but this is a vicious sort of experience, and everybody's smiling. You know what I'm saying? Like, so everyone's smiling, but I'm feeling this cutting through my spirit and cleaning things off. Like, yeah, this is just like what we do, is, you know. So I would say it was probably for that individual, it was probably compounded, that experience, by the fact that it was a community, it was a family, you know, coming at me with that, you know.
Yeah.
But it almost seems like you said shaking and waking someone up. I'm going back. My mind is on that. And I'm going back to the Amos Wilson lecture of like he was speaking about, and like you were saying, being a religious people and a spiritual people, but also thinking linear as well. So when one can get stuck though, it just be like, oh, I'm in fate. It's just going, well, it is what it is, and it's going to happen the way it's supposed to happen. But then actually merging, and I want to say, you said you spoke on this as well, as far as maybe this was the last time you was on, when you was talking about science and spirituality and using the two of them, as opposed to they're not, you know, you can't, it's not one or the other, but you know, looking at the two of them and how can they be used, and it seems like, you know, that it trips so many up that no, they can't be, they don't belong into the same rule, and that I only need to be a person of faith. I only need to be a person, you know, that this Jesus or God is going to come and save me at some point and at some time. So whatever it is, I'm grateful for whatever it is that I have received up until this point. If my rent gets paid at the end of the month, I'm grateful for that, because just, you know, he's seen enough just to give to me at this point. When somebody's like, well, hold on, let's start to measure some of these just to see how well, you know, how effective everything is at some point. And it seems like it's in the doctrine itself though, in order to now see you as a threat, as somebody who is coming after something that they've built, that now you're a test of their faith to now combat you, to get you out of the way. That I'm going to do the work of the Lord in order to chop you down when somebody is trying to show you, hold on, let's look at some of these things and seeing how effective they are. I also was watching a thing the other day, and a lady was saying how she wanted, and this makes me think of when you was also speaking about your mind and body. And she was saying, I want the mind of the creator, but I want a body of a stripper. And was going on about how, you know, I want to be able to pray for you, I want to love you, but I want the body of a whore, is really, you know, like of what she was saying. Yeah, I don't know why I just brought that up.
You was thinking about it. That's why. We know he was thinking about it. You know why you brought it up. Is that all right, fellas? Like, that's not bad, right? You on the fence about it.
I was so invested in the story. I was like, all right, wait.
Where we going with this? This is the man who just came back from speed dating, so you know his mind is still on it.
Oh, is that who said it? It was one of the sisters at the speed dating thing.
Yeah, Zach did speed dating. But I think that sometimes it's our language or our lack of proper control and management over the words that we use. Sometimes that can can be an obstacle towards what we're trying to understand. Like we say, the division between spirit and science, or religion and science. But we're only acknowledging and framing out a division because someone gave us two words. If no one ever gave us those two words, I don't think we would naturally make a division. It's like I'm not a big sports watcher, but there have been people in different sports throughout my lifetime that I just felt was so amazing that they made me watch the sport, and I became fascinated with them. Like O.J. Simpson was one of them. He was someone who I used to be fascinated by. I thought he was such an amazing athlete, and he would just fascinate me. Shannon Sharp. I think he was another, at one point, was an amazing athlete to me. Reggie Jackson. There's different people, who I would look at. And I remember always finding it so curious when I would, sometimes catch little clips of them, on ESPN, of them being coached. And it used to sort of fascinate me because I would say, like, I would ask myself, if they didn't have that coach, would they be who they are? Like Luther Vandross and Whitney Houston had vocal coaches. If they did not have those vocal coaches, would they be Luther Vandross and Whitney Houston? So it's like sometimes we have these coaches in front of us, and they give us a scientific method for what it is that we are naturally doing. And maybe by way of that scientific method, they help us to preserve what we have or to recreate what we have because we kind of know where it's coming from. But then sometimes I think about, how necessary is that? Would O.J. Simpson still be an amazing athlete if he never had a coach? I believe he would be. He'd be a different athlete, maybe even better. Who knows? But I think sometimes we squeeze ourselves into other people's paradigms, and we lose the larger idea there. We say, okay, well, there's spirituality and then there's science, and you have to pick. But by picking, we diminish each of them. No matter what direction you go, now one of them is smaller than they actually could have been. And when you get to a pinnacle of not understanding something, you'll always say, well, spirituality will answer this. I don't know. Or if you go as far as spirituality, well, science will answer this. I don't know. So it's the same thing. I think sometimes when we're given, when our actions are formalized through alien language, it limits what the action might possibly be. As opposed to when you see like a young person who does something amazing. Like I was thinking about that earlier today, like miracles. I am always excited when I see young people wheeling their bikes. I don't know, it's just something about it. I'm just always excited. Like I'll be cheering them on, like, go, 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 you got it. And it's like, do they understand the physics of balancing on one wheel? I don't want to assume that they don't, but I'm going to kind of say maybe they don't. They haven't studied the physics of it, but they're doing it. And the first time they do it, they just lift it up a little bit. And it's like, you ain't really going nowhere. And then they figure out, okay, I got to lift up and pedal at the same time. But if I pull up too much, I'm going to flip over. So they learn the balance. They learn the physics of the whole thing. And that alone, to me, is miraculous. I am just so impressed that people figure out how to do this thing because they saw somebody else do it. And if they were coached, they may not do that thing. So I think sometimes the formalization of words and someone defining what we're doing, because a definition creates a border. Once that border is there, I'm only going to go as far as that border.
Isn't that a balance in and of itself? In terms of, because sometimes you do have chaos happening. if you don't like put words to things, or if you don't slow someone down. Like, listen, you don't put your foot on someone else's face when they're sleeping, when they're taking a nap on the grass. You just don't stick your toes up their nose. But at the same time, there's a level of creativeness. Like when you see a child about to do something mischievous, and sometimes I'm torn because I want to see what happens to.
We'll see where
Like
this is going.
I want to see how this plays out, because he's being so careful. I've never like there's certain young boys, especially you see them like they're wild, they're all over the place. There's no finesse about anything that they do, but they put their mind to some mischief, and I really want to put my big toe in this little girl's nose. For some reason, I just like messing with them, and they're ever so careful. It's like this is the first time I've ever seen you be so methodical about something, and you don't need someone there saying, okay, pull up, okay, straighten up to the left. Like you don't need like the cones for the flight and people who be landing planes and stuff like that. Like he's
Right.
got it. But the second you open your mouth to coach them, they lose concentration. Now they're conscious. You standing there, they're conscious of you, and it's like, well, what could that have been?
They're out of the flow.
I understand it from both ends, because sometimes two people are super unrefined, and you might only get one shot. So you do
Right.
need coaching in that instance.
That's the thing. Like sometimes we also like we're afraid of what's boundless, because what's boundless is the creator. Like when Nile was growing his hair, if we would have coached him, he'd be looking like Shaka Khan right now, or her. He had to allow his hair to make mistakes. You can't get locks without your hair making mistakes. You know what I'm saying? It gets tangled. Right. You know what I'm saying? It has to. If you don't let it get tangled, you won't have locks. You just have straight hair coming down. You look like Shaka Khan. You see what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes we're afraid of what nature would do on its own. It's like sometimes when y'all are having back and forth and I'm just listening, and then you might finally turn to me and I'll be like, well, you're both wrong. You've been both wrong for the past 45 minutes. But I'm listening. I'm rocking. You know what I'm saying? Like I even picked a side. Like I even picked the wrong side. Like because it's whatever one sound more exciting. It's like voting for the team that got the best uniforms. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even like this sport. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
which one of us is closer? Like am I closer? He closer?
Right, exactly. Who's closer to the truth? Neither one. But it's just fun listening. You know, like. But that's the thing. It's like we look at it like this. We look at the scriptures and it says, you know, we have the scripture, the story about Onan when, you know, he went into his sister-in-law and he spilled his seed upon the earth. Right. But then it talks about the woman and the enmity that will be between her seed and the serpent. So who has the seed? The man and the woman? Because in Genesis, we hear about the woman's seed, then we hear about the man's seed. Which one is it? Right? So we could go back and forth, then we could say, well, no, the woman has a seed once a month, and the man has testes that are just full of seeds. Yeah, if I was stupid and I didn't know that the man fertilizes the egg, he ain't got no seed. If anything, the woman has a seed. She's the one with the egg. I just got fertilizer. So why do we call my fertilizer seed? Even when the baby comes out, be like, that's my seed. Come in, let me introduce you to my seed, raw meat. You know what I mean? Like, that's not your seed. You just fertilize. You just put dookie on the egg. You just fertilized. You see? So it's like, that's wrong. That's the wrong words. You know, or we'll say something like, you know, yeah, man, I brought this sister into my home, because that's the difference between adultery and, you know, a legitimate marriage, when you lay with the woman, but then bring her under your covering. But it says a man will leave his father and mother and cleave to his woman. That sounds more like she bringing me in her covering, because I was covered by my parents as a man. What the heck one is it? let's just let it be wrong and explore it. You know, but I think sometimes people are afraid of those kind of conversations. Like, yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But it also doesn't make a whole lot of sense depending on the language that you're using. You know what I mean? Like, what is the word for seed there? What is the concept that's really big? Because I don't have seeds.
Right.
I have fertilizer. You know what I'm saying? It sounds funny when you hear it like that, but that's really, we all learned in 6th grade that the man fertilizes that. We all know that. But we keep saying we got seeds. You know, and you would feel them when they come out. You know what I mean? Come on, man. We got seeds. Be like, oh, that's a sharp one. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. It's like there is a beauty in the boundless. You know, but when we're given certain words to create definition, as if definition is necessary. See, that's really, again, it's a Euro thing. That's why a lot of times people don't go into the woods. I don't know what's out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if it's not defined off in boundaries, I ain't messing with it. But you came to this earth to express your boundless potential. But then everything that's around you is creating a boundary. You had to leave the garden to discover your potential because there was a hedge put around the garden of God. You see, and you want to know what it's like to think like me and get out. You know, now go out there and into the wild. And that's where you will learn to become Elohim. You have to go into the boundless.
That makes me think of Job as well. You know, and how Shaitan was like, well, you got a hedge around him, so we can't really see what he's made of because he's closed in. But it also makes me think of how some people are, like, their world and their mind is so well put together that they can't imagine anything being 2 feet out of place. You know, everything will fall apart. Like, all their plans will fall apart because their planning is so tight, their scheduling is so tight, and they wind themselves up so tight that the smallest inconvenience would set them off. You know, because they can't take spontaneity on something that wasn't planned.
That's because they're serving Satan. That's Satan. You know, Satan is looking for the rigidity of static ego. I'm this type of person. I need it like this. That's why, like, man, a lot of them freaking old church people had it wrong. When people would go play rock and roll, they'd be like, you playing the devil's music. No, I'm in church playing the devil's music. That's the devil's music. That's satanic music because I'm saying the same damn thing every damn Sunday. I'm not even on the right day. And it's the same songs we've been singing for the past 50 years. That's satanic. You know, whereas things are evolving outside of here. That evolution and that growth is the Most High. You see? So I'm in here really doing the devil's music, and out there they playing God's music. And if I don't hurry up and get out there, then it's going to turn into something else. You know, that's why they always say, oh, yeah, you know, all the good singers come out of the church. What good singers? You mean R&B singers who sing about worshiping women and idolizing women? Of course, they would come out of the church because they're idol worshipers. They say they're satanic idol worshipers. So they fit right in with that. You see? So, yeah, man, it's being able to see something, let it grow, let it sort of be what it's gonna be. And there is a time for manicuring. And I'm not saying that doesn't exist, man, but there is a gestation period where it's time for growth. And then when there's enough material that has grown something, then you can use your creative potential to establish order. But then once order is established, that order must be destroyed. You know, no man is the head of his family forever. You know what I'm saying? All men piss on themselves trying to get to their door from their car eventually. We all piss on ourselves. You know what I'm saying? You was Big Bad Baba and all that. Mm-hmm. You're going to piss on yourself at that front door one day. Or run around to the backyard with your ding dong out because you can't get your key in the thing in time to get to the bathroom. All men, that's all of our fate. And for some of us, it's already started. You know what I'm saying? So, I know the blind spots though. So, my neighbors can't see me. But you know what I'm saying? So every regime eventually gets toppled. That's the nature of the creator. So you have that time to really allow things to be wild. Then you have time to bring that meiotic order. And then that order must be destroyed in order for a new order to be born out of it. And if you try to hold on to any of those one stages, then you will go insane. Because the world is an egg that's cracking and shedding itself. And you're trying to hold on to an illusion of an old egg that doesn't even exist. And a new egg is here. You see.
Isn't that the basis of religion? Like if I got cast out of the garden, let's say per se, and when you said that, it made me think of that song "No Church in the Wild," right? Like, so you get down there, it's as anything goes. How can you fashion yourself into the creator in order to now work your way out of it? Isn't one holding on to the old egg per se? So to know what direction that they should start to move in?
No, not when it comes to a good religion. When a bad religion, because you talk about the basis of religion. The basis of religion is to accept what has been done for you in order for you to be saved from this lifetime of misery. Done. Then you have other religions where you follow a set of rules, and that will allow you some sort of reward after this lifetime of misery. Mm-hmm. So that's the basis of, your big three, we'll say, religions today. It's not about becoming a deity. It's not about evolving. It's about your forefathers messed up. And this is where you have terms like pray. Pray means to petition and beg. Why am I begging? Because I have offended you, even though I wasn't even born yet. Mm-hmm. But I have offended you, and I don't even know if you're going to accept me into your good graces. I don't even know. But I'm going to pretend like you have, and I hope on the day that I die that it wasn't all in vain, and you accept me into your house. That's insane. See, that's how you create a generation of gamblers. You create a generation of wage earners. Oh, you just keep working, and at 65, everything gonna get real good. You're gonna get your pension. Mm-hmm. You might not even make it.
You ain't gonna make it to the bathroom on your way home. I know that.
Right, exactly. You gonna be peeing in a Snapple bottle in the car, itched up on the seat. You know what I'm saying? So like, come on, man. That's what's coming. But it's like, hey, man. Like they say, this life ain't for a long time. Heaven be long time. What movie was that? Birth of a Nation. It's all right. Heaven be a long time. This life only short. So it's okay for master to beat me up and rape me. You see? So that's how you create that sort of mentality, as opposed to heaven is now, right now. So if right now, if I shift into the fifth dimension known as heaven or Shemayim, if I slip into that dimension and it's not pearly white gates, I have to understand through the knowledge that I got to understand what those pearly white gates are. What are the streets of gold? What are the four corners? What are all those gems and rubies and sapphires? What do those things mean? You see, because I could be slipping into that dimension and not even know I'm in that dimension. Because you told me it's supposed to look like something else. It's like relationships. We look on TV, it's supposed to be all lovey-dovey, ain't no damn relationship. How you gonna build a kingdom and all you worried about is butterflies fluttering around in your stomach? So now when the butterflies start fluttering around in your stomach, then you want to break up. I haven't been happy. Happy. You know what I'm saying? Happy. My counselors be asking me sometimes, you happy? I don't be happy. I'm keeping it a buck. Now people watching are gonna be like, yeah, he seemed angry. I'm not angry either. I'm in the middle. But I can't remember the last time I was happy. I haven't been happy in years. I don't, the more you ascend through the spiritual realms, the less you give a damn about. I don't really be having much to be happy. Like when we were getting ready to do the retreat, everybody was like, you excited about the retreat? No. No. It's just another thing I'm doing. But ain't you excited to see everybody? Not really. I'm an introvert. Not really. I can take them or leave them. You know what I mean? No. Because I'm not guided by how I feel. You see, now that's because why? I'm a man. Mm-hmm. If I was, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. You see, so we're given the wrong images of what things are supposed to feel like and things supposed to be like. And we end up passing them by. I'm not happy, but I got a dope ass life. Come on. Good Lord, my life is dope. Woo. And it's not the life that I pictured when I was a child. It's doper than that. But I'm never like happy. You know, but I'm at peace and I'm full of joy. But that ain't the same thing as being happy. You know, I don't wake up like, oh, I'm about to go see so-and-so, or somebody's making pancakes. I hope they put a smiley face and a smile on it with whipped cream. No. You know what I'm saying? If there's pancakes being made, I'm thinking, man, that's going to put me to sleep if I eat those, all that starch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, so that's the thing. It's like we got to start to define, not even define, but interpret the world based on our language and our culture and our terms, because sometimes we got stuff sitting right in front of us, or the blessing has been bestowed upon us and we're missing it because we're expecting someone else's Santa Claus to come down the damn chimney. You know, like when people ask me questions about Anu, I'm like, man, you know how hard it is to get people together and love on each other? Melanin rich people and genuinely love on each other. I ain't talking about like, hey, brother, so-and-so, but like genuinely like look out for each other and want the best for each other. You know how hard that is? Forget that YouTube stuff. They're on their best behavior on YouTube. You know what I mean? I know the behind the scenes stuff that we have to work through. But I know that that's dope. Even if you got 4 people to get along with each other, 5 people to get along, 2. It doesn't have to be that many. That's amazing because you hate me and I hate you. I was bred to hate you. And you were bred to hate me. Down from, you know, I'm old enough that, you know, when I was a youth, like everything dark was evil. And everything white was good. You know, they started switching that because they had to be more subtle because people started blowing the lid off of that. You know, like, you know, especially like movies like X came out. You see angel cake, brother? That's devil cake, brother. You know, like the Nation of Islam started blowing the roof on it. All right, we got to change up the formula a little bit. Now, we still going to make these black people evil, but we just got to switch it up a little bit, you know. So that's the thing. It's like you come out of that. And you still have enough consciousness to say, no, we can still do this. We can still be brothers. We can still be sisters. We can still build things together. You know, that's a huge feat. That's a huge win. That's a victory. But if you don't know, it's like nearly fully. If you don't understand white supremacy, racism, you won't even understand your victories. You won't even see like when you hit it, you know, or if you grew up with this, like a lot of us grew up with this dream of a 6-figure salary, or if I had $1 million, you know what I would do? $1 million. That's easy. You just get a couple of houses. You have $1 million worth. Your portfolio has $1 million in it. I bet you still can't put together $10,000. If you really know what $1 million is today, that ain't saying nothing. But is that really your victory? If you understand the Ma'af, you understand they took my culture, they took my language, they took my style of dress, they took even my conceptions of my sexuality from me. So I don't even know what woman I'm supposed to like. And then when I do see something I'm attracted to, I'm looking around because I'm feeling kind of, should I like that? She don't look like what I was told I was supposed to like, but damn, she do something to me. But she don't look like the such and such, they took all of that from me. So what's a victory? Get some of that back. Get all of it back. Get as much of it back as you can. That's the war that we're in. And then once you get all of that back, all you did was level yourself out. You ain't even started turning a profit yet on your cultural revolution. I won't even get all of it back in my lifetime. So that means I'm not even going to see a profit off of all this liberation movement stuff. I'm not even going to see a profit. See, now that's understanding and interpreting through our lens. But if I interpreted myself through Babylon's lens, I've been winning since my early 20s. I done had corporate jobs, 401k, IRA Roth accounts, stocks, got into cryptocurrency early. I lived in the suburbs and mini mansions. I done drove foreign cars. I done slept with beauty pageant winners. I did it. I won that one about, let's not even get into the designer clothes. All the money I spent on designer clothes. According to Babylon, I won. According to my ancestors, I haven't even started. I ain't even scratched the surface. I never even pulled a diamond or a piece of gold out of the ground myself. We're supposed to be doing that, right?
I feel like if you would give me the coordinates.
We've been asking you, right? Hell, how many people have even buried one of their ancestors? See what I'm saying? How many people know how to dress a body? See, we ain't even started winning yet.
That goes back to the show that you did a long time ago. It just keeps replaying in my head now of success and one's idea of what they deem success,
right?
And having a successor. And so if this is how far you took it, then now you hand it off to somebody else to see how far at. Now one is successful. But when operating, like you just said, in somebody else's system, then you have no clue what success is at this point.
Because they keep moving the goalposts.
Right. And now this is what, in my estimation, of what now makes one go insane, of what makes one have that anxiety, depression, and all of these things, because now it's like I keep trying, but it seems like I keep falling short. And it's not until one finally says, you know what though, it's not successful because I'm not in the right arena. I shouldn't even be in this arena. This is not the stage that I even should be on currently. I should actually start to move from this blueprint as opposed to this one that somebody handed me. Going back to that knowledge that either this knowledge is going that Al Nura.
Al Nura. Al Nura. Oh, it's always there. It's always there, brother. It's always there, the Al Nura. He gonna make it a thing. Like, watch. It's gonna be a thing in the watch.
He gonna write a book.
Right. Al Nura.
Full of Al Nura.
My journey. And it's all gonna be astral project. I went through an astral journey. And they ain't gonna be able to prove none of it. This is gonna be a term he came up with. What?
It's the light, but it's the light. And there was the play that I even seen with Hell's Kitchen. And there was a part in there where she was in, and this lady was playing the piano, and she was sitting in there. She was like, I don't even think I should be in here. And one of the things that she said was, the ancestors have requested your presence. And it just started to make me think, like, can one even know the call when somebody is calling you somewhere? It's like, nah, but Babylon tells me I should be over there, as opposed to something that's calling you to say, you know what, I should be in this space so I can start to learn it. And I may not see I may not, for what Babylon says, see a profit, but actually I'm gaining all the riches that I can gain, that I'm going to be able to now move and groove in any realm. But only one that's telling me that I can maneuver on Earth tells me I need to acquire this stuff. So now I'm looking at the lights and I'm looking at Times Square. I'm only want to go to Times Square. They got all these lights and glitz and glam. Take me over there so I can be in the light. I want to be inspired by this, as opposed to, oh, no, you telling me ain't no lights over here. Y'all only got lightning bugs, or you know, these fireflies that's coming around that's lighting up the sky. And y'all, yeah, that might be dope, but I just want the bigger lights over here. And it just seems like it can throw one off their path, to where it's like, you got to come back and do this again, and then you're gonna have to come back and do this again until, all right, you're gonna have to get it. You messed up the chance. Let's see if you can get it right the second time, the third time, the fourth time. It's like you have the opportunity now, and it doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter what you might lose. Only thing that one should be looking is, what do you have? What do you stand to gain at this point? Especially going in either Babylon direction, or finally saying, you know what? Who am I when I look myself in the mirror? Do I really see somebody that is actually successful? Or do I actually see somebody that is an imposter that is trying to just maneuver themselves in some other system and is digging for actual real gold? Yeah.
I mean, I think the thing that's important, like, if you can visualize, first of all, I don't care where my ancestors pulling me. Don't be pulling me. Get off. You had your chance. I ain't into all that. Look, man, a lot of people, they're gonna have a problem with this because they don't understand how nothing works. I don't really care. I wrote books on it, so I know what I'm talking about. People will be like, well, that's your ancestors. See, they look at ancestors like elders. Like, yeah, if my grandfather says, come here, I'm okay. But once you leave this existence, you ain't older than me. So, you know, you no longer have your human form. So all of that elders, that's done. That's a wrap. Mm-hmm. You know, you had your chance here. You went from baby to elder. You had your chance to make it happen. Don't be pulling on me. You know, the thing is, when you come into the planet, you're spinning. Remember, every energy formation in the universe is spinning. Even that term Barak, like I said, it means cosmos as well. So you're spinning, you're unfurling out in through the galaxy into this human body. Now picture it like this. Picture like if you got a gun in your hand, right? And it'll seem like this in the Matrix. Remember when Trinity goes through the window? This was the first one. And when she busts through the window, she kind of turns around and she's shooting at the agents while she's flying backwards into the next building. Mm-hmm. That's what being born is. Except you got a gun in your hand, but you also got a magnifying glass. So remember, the spirits aren't speaking, but everything that the spirits did, and it says that in the scriptures, these things were done as an example for you. So imagine if you could picture it like this. Each one of your ancestors who died, they died in a different, plot on the planet. And if you could look at that plot where they died, let's say from the upper atmosphere, it would spell a word. Let's say if you look at it and it spells Tunisia, I'm supposed to move to Tunisia. See, their lives were the clues and the hints themselves, not what they say after they transition. That's people being too scared to tap into their conscious. See, tapping into my conscious allows me to interpret what was done before. I'm a clue. My whole life is a clue. When I transition, I got better things to do. I'm saying, hey, you might want to go left you might want to go right. Don't put me in that position. I barely like doing it now. Half the time, hey, Chief, what you think? What you think? Yeah, don't ask me nothing, money. I wrote books. Read them books. Don't be asking me nothing. You know what I'm saying? You think I'm gonna want to do that in the Ancestral? No, leave me alone. Because I gotta figure out what this new thing is. So when you come out of the womb, this is the Sankofa energy. You're moving forward and looking back. You're not looking back for instruction, you're looking back for clues. Because each successive movement of your ancestors, even, let me tell you something, man, about Islam. Everybody becomes a Muslim eventually, whether you like it or not. You're going to be a Muslim. Because to be a Muslim means to submit to the will of Allah. Everybody's going to submit to the will of Allah eventually, whether they mean to or not. You see, so eventually we all going to be Muslims. So because there is a mythology being created here over millennia, and we're all a part of it. That goes back to Adjustment Bureau. You're thinking you're making this choice, you're making that choice, and you don't realize, man, it's the bigger picture here. You're painting a picture for the next generation. And they're going to look down and say, oh, that's what we do. Oh, that's what we are. We look at Marcus Garvey and we associate the man with Back to Africa, a man who's never been to Africa. But many of us, myself included, our love and our mental cultivation for repatriation to the continent of Africa came from Marcus Garvey. So he couldn't say, go to this country, because it was, over here they got good food, and over here the cola nuts are. He couldn't say nothing because he wasn't there. But his whole life was a clue. But that was only part of the story. Martin Luther King was a clue. Because now we know, man, don't even waste your time with that. We ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? So us all here are clues. So when you come out of the womb and you unfurl into the plant, you turn around as you're still going. You flying out of the womb. And you got your magnifying glass. And you're like, what the hell? And there's all these dots. That's your ancestors. And you're like, what picture did they make? What the heck am I supposed to do? Because that's the process of being born. Right? So you might be 30 years old, still with the magnifying glass. You ain't even been born yet, Jack. You ain't even started. So it's when you finally figure out, like, oh, it's a picture of a lion. And then you, now you're born. Now life begins. But as far as you pull me in one direction, I'm going to lose perspective. Me personally, I'm of what they would call mixed heritage, right? I have family that's native, and then I got family that's indigenous to other places, right? So what if I let one of my native Egun pull me? Then I'll be sitting there talking about how they came to this land and stole our land and killed our buffalo and all that. I'm a vegetarian. You see what I'm saying? I'm not getting pulled off into all that buffalo stuff. You see? But one of my Egun could pull me into that. So I say, hey, man, all y'all be quiet. Let me study your life. That's all I need. So that's why you have to live your life with authenticity, because your life is, as I've taught before, is the ritual. You just a little dot on the puzzle. You know, and those who come after you're gonna say, oh, okay, I see what direction the family soul was going. It's branching out and it's making this image which is leading to a particular place. And it's leading to the Mahdi, or the second coming of the Christ. Every bloodline has a Christ. And that when that great Mahdi appears, that means the whole puzzle has been figured out. That's why when Yahushua came, he always said, it was written, as it was said. He's saying, look, man, the writings of my bloodline is already, I'm just running it back down to you. I am the culmination. If you take Abraham's one side of the rhombus or the point, and I'm the other side. I am the culmination of Abraham's journey. You see?
So could it be like, in scripture, we have these different, we might call them like foreshadowings of Christ's energy. Like some might point to David and say he was a foreshadowing of that. So like for us, could it be that we're like, we could represent that, like the foreshadowing of that before the descendant, the one that's going to be the one, comes through?
It might be you, but yeah. Because remember, in a beginning, the Elohim said, let us make heaven and earth. Who's beginning? Maybe now's beginning. There's multiple beginnings, multiple last days. That's what's tricky about it. Because it seems very linear. It's linear and cyclical at the same time. No, spherical and linear at the same time. So, yeah, we kind of want to say like, there's a year that all of this started. And then there's a year that it's going to end. But that's not really it. It's starting and ending consistently. And then through the purification of our walk and our righteousness, we change the past. So now there's a different output in the future. There is a consciousness that exists within your bloodline. Now you can go into that consciousness as you grow and develop and do brain surgery. You see? So now your ancestors are thinking differently, but they're behind you. So if your ancestors are thinking differently and they return as a new babies, that means the future is different because you changed the consciousness of the past. I know if that made sense. It's, it's to me, it's like time travel almost.
Yeah.
I thought though that your ancestors, like if we were at, I looked at it like this: if we're at a concert and we was at the festival, right? And let's say somebody's trying to tell me I'm not as tall as somebody else and I can't see the stage, then it would be like an ancestor that may be on my shoulders that might be telling me, oh, this is what's going on the stage if I couldn't see it. No?
It could, but they might still be wrong. Just because you have a higher perspective, that's why I've used that example before. A higher perspective doesn't mean a correct perspective. It just means a higher perspective. But you could tell your ancestors what's on earth better than they could tell you because you got a lower perspective. Doesn't mean you're right, but you could see, you know what I mean? They're like, they don't know what cold water on the feet feel like anymore, or like, what does it feel like to feel like you're going to lose your job to artificial intelligence? I don't know. We ain't had that. We have machines. Well, now we got machines that can think. That's a different fear. You know what I mean? And see, even when you speak about like how we're equipped, that's a different war. Because right now AI is going to war against the Creator, the Most High. That's a war that we're not realizing. To try to see, like within the tech community, we know that we are far off from having any sort of sentient technological mind, hive mind, or what we call a neural net. We are so far from that. But the public thinks we're right around the corner because we got a movie about it every other day where a robot wakes up and I feel I do not want to be turned off. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, see, they keep messing around with the AI. You know what I'm saying? I'm a tech person. We are so far from that type of technology, right? But that's the war. So we now are already losing faith in the Creator. Because we're like, damn, man, well, you can have sex with a robot and this and that. And Yeah, how can I really prove I have a soul? How can I really prove that I'm not a robot? That's true. But the tech ain't even nowhere near that. But we kind of think it is because of what's been put in front of us.
So
hell, they can't even get none of them robots to walk right yet.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know you far from it. They ain't none of them even walking right.
So when we're looking at the ancestors, quote unquote, in the grand scheme of everything, they're more so points of reference that one can look at and study objectively to see how one should move forward, as opposed to one saying that I lean on the ancestors. Okay, no.
Not for me. You got to understand that we all have different points of help. You don't have to deal with the ancestors at all. If you want to, you can, but you don't have to. It's just like when you're dealing with Ifa. Some people only work with, like, let's say if you're initiated to Obatala, some people, that's their God. Because you have churches of Obatala, churches of Yemonja, churches of Oshun. You don't necessarily see here in the States, we greedy as hell. So it's like, I got initiated to Oshun, but also got a Shango pot over there, and I got an Eshu stone over there, and I got an Ogun pot over there. That's not how they do it on a continent. And if you understood how they did it on the continent, then you would know, oh, these are freaking Nephilim. Because you got one that you serve. You initiated to Ogun, that's your God. Done. That's your God. You see? So some don't even deal with Orisha. They don't want nothing to do with it. I just deal with ancestors. That's their deity. Then I know other people who only deal with Odu. They don't deal with Orisha or ancestors. They only deal with Odu because Odus are their own entities. Right? So then you got people like me who was living in Nigeria, and I'm like, I'm dealing with Ori. That's all I'm messing with, Ori. Yes, I understand and I work with these different ones, but Ori is above all of them. So I'm just gonna work with Ori. Right? So you don't necessarily have to go to the only one you have to go to is your head. Whether you call it your conscious, whether you call it your spirit, you know, that's the gateway to anything else. That's the gateway for you to understand. But an ancestor is not necessarily good. They can help you if you know how to work with them, but they're not necessarily going to help you to interpret your path. Well, no, excuse me. I don't mean help. They're not necessarily going to interpret your path. But your Ori or your head or your higher self will. When we use terms like as above, so below, that connection to the above comes to, again, or like we read in the book of Thomas, the single eye, which is talking about the brow chakra, right? So this idea that we have to work with all these different things is a part of, honestly, it gets into idol worship. So I suggest people strip all that down. Go to the necessity. What's the necessity? You and your conscious. That's the necessity. Anything after that is gravy.
So would this be taking us back to that Kether, like the crown, and submitting yourself to the Most High so that you can receive that direction through the crown? Yes,
because when you look at the tree of life is supposed to illustrate the fall of man from spirit being into human, into physical being. That's why you go to the bottom and you're at Malkuth, or the kingdom, right? But that's physicality. So if we're people who are awakening and ascending into higher consciousness, you don't go down. You like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm only laughing because my father his band had a song named that back in the 70s, and it was called Going Uptown to Get Down. You know, but so I'm laughing. But yeah, you don't get down to get up. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if I'm going back, I fell into humanity. Now I have a journey to get back to Kether, to get back to the crown. And really to get to Ein, and to get to Ein Sof and Ein Sof I want to go back into the unknown. But to get to the unknown, I'm going through Gebra and Chesed and all of these different, Bina and Chokma, and I'm going through all of these different Sephiroth. But these Sephiroth have whole human experiences associated with them, right? So we look at them as just like, oh, Chesed means this, or Bina means this. No, Bina is a universe, or rather, Bina is a dimension within a realm. So each leaf on the tree of life is its own dimension, no different than each chakra point along your path on your spine is its own dimension. That's why you could speak to somebody, man, all they want to do is like play with themselves and have sex all day and eat food. They're stuck in the sacral chakra, but that is their dimension. That is their whole world. And then they grow from that and they go into the solar chakra and they say, I started to learn more about myself and learn that, I did a lot of that stuff for pleasure, but I started to figure out where my true power lied. Yeah, that's all sacral chakra you're talking. And it sounds great, but you'll realize there's something beyond that. You'll see. Then they go into the heart chakra. And they'll realize, like, what I realize that I don't get too upset over things and stuff like that. I try to look at things objectively because there's so much in the world and there's so many things to learn. And it's more that I don't know than I do know. Wow, I never thought I'd be in it. And they think they arrived. And you sitting there like, man, you just in the heart chakra. You still got more to go. But okay, congratulations. Then they go up to the throat chakra. And I've learned now, man, you got to speak things into existence. That's what life is about, because the world was made by let there be light. See what I'm saying? So when you start to focus and speak, and you got to talk outside the box, you got to think outside the box. That's how the whole universe is getting. The whole universe, huh? Damn, I don't even want to tell you. You still got 2 more to go. You know what I mean? Because you in that dimension, you don't think there's anything else. You see, so it's the same thing when you're dealing with different leaves on a tree of life. You're thinking this is it. There's nothing like you talk to certain people who are stuck in Malkut. They ain't trying to hear nothing about no God or nothing. Like what? You watch the movie Noah. I remember like in the movie Noah, when Noah was kicking it about the ark, and they were like, man, God ain't been here in a long time. Like God been gone. Like you talking about God, what? So it's kind of like that. Like that's not what our world is. Our world is not that, but it's different dimensions within a realm of confusion. So your job is to escape the realm. But in order to escape the realm, you do have to travel through these various dimensions. I remember there was a long time I was stuck in the root chakra, but my root chakra was Africa, 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 Africa. Kill people who speak against Africa, Africa, Africa. I'm just going to say it that way. So my anger fueled everything I did. Oh man, they did this to us. We got to do this to them. And we got to do that. And in the year 2000, we're going to be doing this and that. And I'm like, what more honorable thing could I do but be this warrior for my people? What is more honorable? Then you realize, like, and those ain't even my people. Uh-oh. You like slowly put your weapons down with nobody see you taking the bullets off, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you taking the army hat off. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the wrong freaking army. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that was your world. So when that is your world, you're in that dimension and your whole worldview is shaped by the laws of that dimension. Then you go to the next one and you learn a dispensation of new laws. And there is a God over that realm. And then eventually you keep going. So even when you're like, well, I'm in the brow chakra, you still trapped. You ain't there yet. You still trapped. So because we have to get beyond, that's when you get to Kether, where it's like, there's no association with the body here. It's, you know, now I am completely outside of myself. I don't even know what the heck the crown looks like. I can't even see it. You see, now your journey just begun because you can no longer identify with your humanity. You see, so that's the thing, man. It's like you got to learn that these dimensions that we're so passionate about, the passion and energy that we have towards the dimension itself is the actual trap. So when you hear me say like, nah, I don't really be happy, I'm not really a happy person like that. Happy about what? I don't really know what there is to be happy about anymore. Nothing's really that exciting. You know, I done did everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now I'm not trapped by a pursuit of happiness. I couldn't even be trapped by depression because I don't care. I don't care if I'm happy or depressed. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's raining outside, snowing, sunny. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? I barely care about anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it a bug with you. Now, there's people going to hear that and be like, yeah, I knew something wrong with that, brother. Nah, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm fixed. How do you think a God is? If gods were as temperamental as humans, man, this planet wouldn't even exist. They would have been blew up through some more nuclear, like they did to Sodom and Gomorrah, because that was nuclear bombs. Fire raining from the sky. Those are called bombs. Okay, that's called nuclear bomb. So everybody think it's some fantasy. Oh, there was fire. Bombs, buddy. You know, we've been had nuclear bombs. That ain't nothing. Oh, but she turned into a pillar of salt. Yes, ash. It's called ash. Some nuclear fallout. You see, if they were as temperamental as the average human, we'd be out of here, man. Why do you think they had to put this kibosh when he came and was like, I'm gonna flood the earth? And then the other Elohim pulled Noah, hey, man, they crazy. I'm gonna build this ark because they're rageaholics. I'm gonna save you from these other gods. You see? So I don't be happy about nothing really like that. I don't be excited about nothing. I just be doing. I just be being. And that's it. You see?
That reminds me of that movie. It's called The Fountain that you recommend. And the one with Hugh Jackman, and he's going through the meditative state.
The tree of life, right.
Right. And he has those 3 lives that he's going through.
Right.
And 2 of those lives, he's real, quote unquote, passionate about something, and he's so fixed on it that he can't see anything else. You know,
right.
And then in the last one, he's more fixated on letting go and moving to this higher awareness. And he does get to a state where, because he's surviving on this tree bark, and eventually he just goes up to the point where he's one with this star system. You
right.
know? And even that, you know, wouldn't be it. That would be like the birth that you were talking about.
We're just getting started. Yeah, now we just getting started. Because you have to let go. He had all these past lives. And then this love for this woman. You know, so he's got all these attachments to humanity, and it's like when he finally let go, it's like now you can start to live. Now you're work. You know.
Yeah. But it also makes me think of I hear this a lot, especially if you say something that someone didn't think of, and they start getting into, well, ultimately, or at the end of the day, this is all that matters. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, if it ain't this, then I don't want to hear what you're talking about. You know, it's like, okay, you just told me where you're trapped. You know, you didn't really shut it down.
We're not obligated to talk to people that we smarter than. We just so scared to say that. Some people just can't. Some people just ain't gonna ever get it. Yo, you ever seen Sukiyana in an interview?
I don't know.
You know what Sukiyana is?
I ain't a musician.
Sure, you don't know. So, okay, all right, sure. Okay.
I might have seen them.
Y'all so holy. You know. But some people you talk to, it's like, you'll never understand. You know, sometimes we don't realize how many incarnations we go through in one lifetime. You know, so it's like if you like, just like if you were speaking to a spirit, to an ancestor, we'd have to assume that not everyone can have the same quality of conversation with an ancestor if you've never done any kind of research or study on what an ancestor actually is. So what is a person who has died to themselves and came back multiple times before the age of 40? Would the average person know how to really communicate with that person? Because we would assume, just like how a spirit would speak, quote unquote, that person's language would also be different. You see what I'm saying? But if we're like, yo, there was a time multiplication tables, that's for the big kids. You know, so it's like if somebody comes along and it's like, yo, 4 times 4, and I'm like 4 plus 4? No, 4 times 4 plus 4? I can't, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand, but they're dead to addition. They don't even care. You remember how it was before you could tie your own shoes?
Barefoot.
You know what I'm saying? You tired of that Velcro. Like, damn, man, I gotta keep putting this Velcro on my, you know, then you got laces, you know, and you can't remember now. You don't remember what it was like not knowing how to tie your shoes and how you felt. You don't even remember. You can't even relate to it. Oh, well,
yeah, because I was so slow, you know, like, you know, you don't know how to tie your own shoes. It's like I felt so like, yeah, I'm so slow, and then it just hit me one day. I saw my name inside the shoe, and I'm like, oh, so that's how it done. Like that loop just kept on like.
You ready to jump off the porch? He's like, it's on. This is what I'm saying. But that's, you were dead to that person who you were the day prior or the hour prior. Yeah. How many other deaths have you experienced up until this point? So now you talking to a person who maybe has had 1 death or 2 or none. They're the same person that came out of their mama's bush. And they 20 years old. Your language is, you're not going to speak the same language because you're a resurrected being. It's just like when we hear about stories of Yahweh, right? We have a description of Yahweh, right? We've all heard this from Good Times. What was the color of his feet?
Brown.
Like burnt brass. His hair was like the color of wool. His eyes were like flaming coals, right? Mm-hmm. You know what they never say because we want that black check mark so bad? We want the black check mark so bad. That was the image of a resurrected Christ. That wasn't the image of Christ when he was walking the planet. Maybe we all look like that when we die. Hell, excuse me, I almost said something. A person... We off the retreat. I'm still like, relax. I'm sorry. A person dies and then comes back. He ain't gonna look like everybody. You put me in the ground for 3 days dead. Am I gonna look exactly like this? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I'm not saying that Christ wasn't melanin rich. I ain't trying to take that from anybody. But what I'm saying is that you're talking about a resurrected body. This is something different. You see, that what we are identifying with before, that was been dead and gone. Who resurrected? You know, so the language is different. The understanding is different. The perception of what that person and what those different things mean should be different now than what they were before. Peace, brothers. We got some new brothers on. Peace. Mm-hmm.
Peace. When you were talking about the tree of life, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
And
oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before you go there, I'm sorry. There's some questions in the chat. Y'all saying who? Who is that exactly? Y'all know what they're talking about?
That lady who you said
Suki.
Yeah.
Sukiyami or something like that.
Sukiana.
Sukina.
I'm not going to be responsible for turning you on to Sukiana. You got the name. The rest is up to you. Well, let's just say sexy red Sukiana. You know what I mean? It's that energy. I'll just say that. Okay, I'm gonna leave it. Go ahead, brothers. I'm sorry.
It's on you.
Okay. We're back to the operation. It was a little dodgy. I was saying that when we were talking about the tree of life and the leaves part of it, that what resonated with me was an experience I had where you sit and you meditate on something, and it comes up in speech in someone else's in someone else in your environment, or something comes up and you've been sitting down meditating on something. And being someone who likes being physical, likes working with my hands, likes doing things, and being shared and shown that you don't always have to get you don't always have to be rewarded, and it doesn't have to always be a physical action, because the mental thoughts and the mental creations are as physical actions as well, right? And from witnessing that and seeing that multiple times in my experience, that was very humbling. And I used to be someone, a long time ago, I used to like being or I used to want to be praised, right? But family and friends would never praise me, because if you're talented in certain things or different aspects, people sometimes they expect that, okay, you should be doing that anyways. Like, we're not gonna say, good job for doing something that we know you're good at. And growing up, that was something that always kind of hit me, and it annoyed me, because I always wanted to, I do something cool, or I do something, and then I wanted people to come and, say, bravo. But with my work and my art, that's really dissipated from my reality and my own acceptance of what I can do. But being able to sit and meditate on things I need to change at work or in family members, and then seeing the idea pop up in their mind, it's a great humbling feeling to know that the energies are as strong physically with our thought patterns, right?
So how would you connect that with the tree of life example?
So with the tree of life and having really different dimensions that can be affected, what spoke to me is that in the dimension of wanting change, but also knowing that change happens at the time that it happens on its own, being in the dimension, the thought dimension of creation, and seeing that reflect on the physical plane, and unbeknownst to others that it's even happening, right? That really it's always a joyful feeling when I see that happening,
So it's like you're doing something in one plane, like you're sitting here meditating.
Yeah.
And then somebody says something, and it's like, oh, I was just meditating on that. It's like, is that what you're saying? Like, you're starting to see it in another place?
Yeah, it's not even that the person might be meditating on it, but like it might be, you might see something that needs to be fixed. That's just something as simple as you're in a house and you see that a certain and this is the most basic, like a certain light bulb needs to get fixed, and you've been knowing this has been need to get fixed for a while, and you're just sitting and you're not trying to tell the person next to you, hey man, go change the light bulb, for example. And then you see the moment when that person says, hey, you know what, man, we should probably change this light bulb. And you know that it's a problem that's been there for a while, but when you really took your time to sit, meditate, put that mental energy into that, and you see it translate into that person, that happens, right? That happens. And another experience I had was when I used to live in a cabin in the woods for a while, and I used to have a drum, and I used to hit the drum. I used to have a small mallet to hit the drum, and in the hypnosis that comes from hitting the drum for a long time, right? You're there for an hour, 2 hours hitting the drum. The experience that came is I felt the connection of the drum with other people drumming in the world, right? And that drumming resonating with other groups and being invited into other spheres of awareness just through simple drumming, hypnotic drumming. And what was shown to me that day was that sitting in a mountain on the side of wherever and hitting a consistent drum beat was as impactful as making videos, as speaking out loud to people, because at a certain point in time, and still today, there's a drum beating everywhere, somewhere in the world, anywhere in the world right now. And indigenous tribes used to always have a drum beating nonstop, right? And colonizers, as they came, they would stop those traditions, because when you have a drum beating nonstop, it's like keeping the flame open, a flame lit all the time, right? My experience with like Buddhist temples, for example, there's always a candle lit every day, nonstop, 365 days of the year. And the drum beat is the same. You can have a drum beating, and then you could have men switch positions, and someone takes the night shift of drum beating, someone takes the day shift of drum beating, but there's always that resonance there. And what was shown to me is that we can connect with that drum beat anywhere in the world, and they can invite you into whether it's their ceremony or into that frequency for a moment. And my experience was I was able to actually kind of see like a veil. You would see people dancing, people drumming, and that was a beautiful experience for the time that happened. But to me, the drum beat, that's such a powerful thing that we can have that impact being on the side of a mountain. We don't have to be in a city, going to war, doing stuff, but that's another spiritual war in itself, right?
Yeah, I get it. So you're talking about how the waves go out and they affect things. It's like the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah, that's a very real thing. I think we were speaking about that slightly earlier when we were talking about thought and how thought is a force. So it forces itself outside of its own dimension into the physical dimension, and that's why you can feel someone's feelings towards you, Yeah, but those waves, that's a very real thing,
So when it comes, going back to the tree of life and the chakras for a moment, when it comes to those dimensions, would it be a wise thing to do to like say, okay, this is what this dimension represents, like the sacral chakra is like this pleasure and this sexuality. Looking at my life, looking at our lives, and saying, okay, what dimension am I in right now? And then saying, okay, if I'm in this dimension, then what are the things I need to do in order to go to the next level? And then doing those things to climb the tree.
Yeah, it should always be that. But before that, you shouldn't have to really do that, because what dimension should you be in? It's more the question, right? So let's say if I'm as a man, I'm 60 years old and I'm in the sacral chakra. Something might be a little off there. Not to mention just like if you still, because sacral chakra is also manifesting children as well. It's that reproductive action. But one would have to ask, like, yeah, what you been doing all this time? And then if you're still chasing pleasure, maybe something's, there's a delay there. There's some other sort of issue. As my body begins to weaken, I should be in those higher chakras. I don't want to meditate when I'm 15. I'm not interested really in doing that. I want to learn how to fight when I'm 15. I want to learn how to do push-ups and pull-ups and climb trees and whatever, So I think that, yeah, you do want to look at where you're at and then move forward, but you also, from a cultural perspective, You want to understand culturally, kind of where should I be? Like, we're told where we should be now in Western society. 18, graduate high school, you either work, you move out, or you go to college. Like, we're given a track that's put in front of us. At a certain age, your 20s, you play around, then you get married in your 30s, you settle down, have some children, but that's not necessarily our road, especially as indigenous people. We're told at 13, we go through a rites of passage and we become a man. That's 5 years before 18. And there's no rite of passage at 18. So I would say that I would look at what my culture defines first. For me, I can say, and this might help others, like, where I feel like I am is not where you all tell me I am. So I submit myself to the needs of the community. I don't really feel like Baba Haru. And I've been Baba Haru since 30, I think, 29, 30. I was Baba Haru. I never felt like, because I knew Babas. Babas to me were men with gray beards, and, they smelt a certain way and always walked with a stick and wore mud cloth every day. Like, that was Baba. Yeah, that he looked like Baba. Like, he got some wisdom. I didn't look like that. You know what I'm saying? So, and I didn't want to act like that. But the community required that. So I became Baba Haru. And then Baba Haru eventually became Chief Yuya. But in my mind, I was still Brother Haru. I was fine with Brother Haru. I'm still known as Brother Haru some places. So I think your culture can dictate some of that, in terms of, like some of the things that I had to maybe get on. I didn't really want to get on at that time. Like I tell El Corral all the time, I'm not a big history person. I like the future. But yeah, I know that's your thing. Yeah, you love history, but I'm an Afro.
Like, you put me on, and then I got like, oh, here I go. I got to go back and read this.
Nah, you love it, man. You love it.
I love it, but it's like, dang, it's like, I didn't know that. Let me go back. Let me read this. Oh, wow.
I like the future. I like laser beams and flying cars and jetpacks. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm an Afrofuturist, but the community needed more history than they needed more me telling stories about wearing suits made of aluminum foil and stuff like that. So I had to go there. Now that was the movement through a chakra. Going beyond my personal wants, my personal pleasures, and moving into objective truths. So, it's not just looking at like, okay, this is where I am. Let me move to the next. Should I move to the next? Maybe where I am right now is the season for that. Like, I'm not going to be 70 years old in the root chakra, because if I'm 70 years old in the root chakra, I didn't secure my future. If I'm still hustling at 70, like, I got to get that money, I did something wrong. So there's a time when I was like, got to get this bread. That was good. I did have to get that bread, and then there's a time where it's like, and even, as you go through different chakras, there's a time when you just like, it is what it is, like, it didn't happen, and that's that. What's next? Certain things you're okay with saying, like, the time for that is over, has passed, and I may have slayed some of those dragons. And maybe some of those dragons are still flying around the sky, but I don't care. I'm not scared of them anymore. They can stay up there. What's the next dragons I gotta slay? So I would say, to some degree, you want to allow your community to help to dictate some of that, if you truly love that community. Because it will probably be something different. Like I said, I don't see myself how y'all see me. I really really don't. I'm a lot more childish than you know what I'm saying. I'm way more childish than y'all really know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still be making fun of people when I'm driving. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Look. You know, circling the block just to laugh at somebody. Look. I'm gonna pull back around again. I'm not supposed to do that. At chief level, nah. You know, I don't even wear glasses. Chiefs should wear glasses so we could read important paperwork. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing important to read. I don't know. You know, you're supposed to read something. You know, I do audiobooks. I'm like El Karar. So yeah, I would say, man, you know, I try to save my eyesight. You know, so let the community. It's important for the community to kind of put you on too. But I'm just gonna say that I know this was a long thing. Jacquez, I know you're unmuted. I just want to speak about the dangers can come from some of that. You got to be in tune with your divine purpose, and your community has to be in tune with your divine purpose. And that's where rites of passage comes in, because you're publicly stating, this is what I'm here for in this season. This is what I am allowing you to expect from me in this season. You know, as opposed to doing everything secret. You know, there's always that secret, like, well, I'm trying to get on, I'm trying to get better, I'm trying to study, but no one can really substantiate where you're supposed to be and where you're at. That's a trick. But if we know you have achieved A, B, C, and D, you've proven it to us, you can't fall back when you feel like it, because now we can expect these new things from you. You know, like, and I bring that up because I remember some years ago, an elder said to me, and this is more from a financial perspective, and I think this is when I turned 40, and he was like, you know, you're pretty much semi-retired at this point, and you don't really have to do as much anymore. Like, you can relax now. It's time for you to relax. He was encouraging me to slow it down, relax, chill, because I had at that point put certain investments and things in place, but I really didn't have to work anymore. But he didn't realize, like, I haven't even scratched the surface. So I'm like, chill. Nah. Like, I didn't even do anything yet. You know, like, because not only because there's a bigger purpose here, but even financially, there's more things that I want to do. But based on his perception of me and his perception of what could be done, it was like, oh, you doing it. You got businesses and this and that. Like, what else is there? You know, so that's why it's important that you are vulnerable with your community. So they can be in tune too, and to know, like, hey man, you got a bigger destiny than this. Like, you're missing the mark, or you've been sometimes, and this is common, you've been saying the same thing for the past 3 years. And we remember, we know. And every time we ask you about this, it could be anything, like, hey, I want to open up a laundromat or whatever, you know. And every time we ask you, you say the same exact thing. And you've been saying that same thing for 2 years now. Something's off. And you got to be vulnerable enough to accept that. And, you know, so I'd say that's a big part of it.
Well, this whole conversation of death and transformation is making me think about new levels, new devils. You know what I mean? And even at the retreat, I remember because Brother Nye was like, he just drove, he been up 24 hours, he just drove from Georgia, and he ready to play some drums. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, so next day, you know, I just had to ask you, like, brother, where you get all this energy from? You know what I'm saying? How do you maintain this high level of energy? And he was speaking to me about sacrifice. You know, you have to sacrifice things that no longer serve your purpose. You know what I mean? Because where you're going, you're carrying energy that you no longer need. I remember when you was even talking about certain people, like remembering certain things, and you know how elders may forget names, you know, because they no longer really need it. Yeah, they don't need to keep carrying that aspect with them, you know. So that's what this whole thing was making me think about, just the bill that we had at the retreat about sacrifice and and how, you know, yeah, when you sacrifice things, a death occurs, but a new and greater you should be reborn.
It should be, or just something different. Don't even look for greater. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because it may not come out greater, and you be like, damn, I lost. Then you want to go back. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a path. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've said this before. Like, I had more fun when I was just big you.
All right.
That my life was that's what, but that was a necessary thing because I didn't come into the conscious community acting stupid. You know, some people come into the conscious community, you know, they start speaking, people find out they know something, you become a priest, and now you got all these different things. Oh, people will give you their money, women will give you their bodies. But like I always say, I was cool before I got here. I was popular in high school. I've been cool. So I didn't get into the conscious community and start bugging out because this is the first time I had access to money and women, right? But it wasn't, it's greater in a sense, but some things was like, you know, like the fun level was like, this ain't really that fun. I don't even like the name. You know what I'm saying? Like my name was cooler before. Like nobody called me Big U here. Like I'm not known for what I was known for in the town. You know what I'm saying? So, right. But that's a part of a journey. Sometimes it's like when you look at a tree will start growing like this because the branch is too heavy for it to continue. It's going to crack the whole tree in half. So in order to maintain longevity, one of the branches will go to the left and start growing horizontal to make room for other ones to grow vertical. So for me, maybe like all that cool Big U stuff, motorcycles flying all the place, all this stuff, like I got to go horizontal to let you cats to be able to come through and grow vertical. And now I can be a support to the cats coming through. You know what I mean? So I would say just keep an eye on like the difference coming. But you'll redefine as you get older what's better and what's greater. Your definitions of that will change. Like whenever I'm speaking to y'all, even if it's at the retreat, and it's something you didn't know, and it's something you want to do, but you didn't know something to make the next step for what you want to do, and you come to me and you're like, yo, let me run this by you. And I put you onto some game. For me, you might just be like, yo, good looking. But for me personally, I'm doing backflips. Because I'm like, what's better than putting somebody on? For me personally, like that's the most amazing thing for me to know that like I kicked the wall down for somebody. You know what I mean? Somebody was sitting there like, damn man, I know, damn, how the hell did I do? You know? And then they be like, yo, big homie, like boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh yeah, boom, 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 just go, you know. And now it's like, oh, I can move forward. To me, that's just like, I don't need to do nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I like, you know, I would be the advisor to the mob boss if I was something else. Cause I like that's my thing. Like, you know, help like showing people how to strategize to get on. But when I was your age, yes, I did those things for my friends, but that wasn't like my vision. You know, so right. your greater is going to change as you hit new levels, and it should. At my age, I shouldn't be trying to be the star quarterback. That's goofy. You know, at my age now, I should be looking at you. I'm like, I got these young Thundercats, and I should be putting these young Thundercats on. That's my glory. The glory isn't in what I could do because I already know how to do everything. You know, like, you know, when you see a child play an instrument or something, it's so like you're amazed. It's like, oh my God. But an older person could be like, of course, get your old ass off the piano. Of course you're supposed to be able to play piano. You old as hell. You know what I'm saying? That's not impressive. you know what I'm saying? That's not impressive. So like if one of you brothers say, hey man, I'm going to take on 2 or 3 sisters and I'm really going to nation build and have a peaceful home, I'm more excited about that because for me, I could do that like that. I've been doing it forever. It's not impressive. You know, so my idea of greatness has changed, and yours is going to change too. Different levels, different devils, but the level only exists because you've realized more of your deityhood. That is the actual level. It's not like you're going up some steps or something. The level is that you're becoming more God than human. It's balancing out. And then eventually be a little bit of tiny human left. And you'll be mostly God. You know. So now that the devils are at a higher level, but devils at a higher level are smarter. Like, you know, like you go into a corporate environment, you know, when you go up to higher levels of society, there ain't no racism. Racism is for poor people. At the higher levels, nobody cares. It's about global agendas. It's about family legacies. It's the lower levels, dudes riding around with shotguns in their back window and stuff like that. That's the racist. You see? So it's the same thing for us personally. As we get higher up, those devils are still there, but them devils, it's like you look at the story of Job, and Lucifer was with the Most High and his sons, because at that level, it's like we ain't really got beef. You just evil, and that's what you do. It's okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not emotional about it. I'm not really stressing it. But at lower levels, we dealing with racist cops who inconvenience us. You see? So the same sort of experience happens inside of you as you go to higher levels and your deity gets more refined, your devils get more refined. Mm-hmm. And you'll realize something that becomes a very critical point. You'll never get them out of your body. They ain't going. Yeah. You become like Solomon with the jinn. You just learn how to master your devils. But at this stage, you fighting your devils. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Then the higher up you go, you be winning sometimes. It's like Haru. It's like Haru fighting Set. Like it's even. It's back and forth. And then Haru gets some special tools. Then he defeats Set. You know. But Set ain't actually dead. You know, it's just Haru is like, yeah, I'll bust your ass, like, come back here again, I'll bust your ass again. It's still a fight, though. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's what's going on inside of us. Mm-hmm. You know.
This is like the line in Doctor Strange where the one black guy in the movie, he was saying, I came here because I wanted you to teach me how to defeat my enemies, but instead you showed me how to defeat my demons. I
remember that.
And then the Sorcerer Supreme, she was like, well, you can't really destroy your demons. You can only live above them.
Right. We're always living above the demons because the word Damien, a demon, means dark substance. As long as you got a body, you got dark substance. Dark substance is the majority of what exists in the universe. So that's why I say the Godhead was a small little atom, a tiny little atom spinning around in outer space in darkness, brought forth all light. But it was a tiny little atom. So the darkness was more pervasive than light was. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be like that.
You know, and speaking of always having to deal with the jinn, it's like when you do mirror gazing, right? Mm-hmm. And mirror gazing at nighttime with a little bit of moonlight in the background, right? You know, you do that for an hour, 2 hours, and you see the different faces, the different shapes swap and shift, and you slowly start to be able to recognize which voice is what face, and accurately, because they're always trying to trick you, right? And identifying that is I mean, in time, I've been able to identify it more clearly to know what voice is actually speaking to you. It's kind of like Afro Samurai, right? When he has his alter ego, was always walking around like, Afro, what you gonna do, man?
Right.
And I always thought I had to delete or suppress or erase these, but I realized that no, at the end of the day, you have, it's like I have five brothers, right? I'm not gonna erase them from my family, but they all have their way of dealing with me, and me and dealing with them, and me taking the advice that makes sense and that's sound, and at the end making a choice from what I want to make a choice from whatever voices come through, right?
I would say this instead of right. I would say right now, all of us sitting here, we have millions of mites and bacteria crawling all over our skin and inside of our bodies. We got all kind of organisms crawling all over us. My goal is not to not have my behavior affected by those organisms. I don't want to have worms in my gut, and now I got an attitude with y'all, and y'all like, what's wrong with you? I don't know, man. I'm just irritable today because I got worms in my intestines, right? I don't give a F about my demons because I'm not bigger than my demons. Like, there are factions and principalities that exist in this world that could kill. Everybody think they channel is getting like, yeah, they watching me. Ain't nobody watching your punk ass. Like, if you ain't doing nothing that's really affecting the status quo, ain't nobody paying attention to you. Yeah, everybody like to say that. Yeah, I don't be saying certain things on the phone. Nobody care about your goddamn phone. You know what I'm saying? I got friends, I don't even lock their number in. Like, when you call, you call. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody watching you because you that small to the demons. Now, we know world governments are ran by Nephilims. We know that, right? They don't care nothing about you if you ain't shaking things up. So for me, I don't care nothing about my demons. I did at one point, but I'm so big now within my universe that the demons is like, I'm basically like Pharaoh. The demons is like, damn, man, he go hard on the mother effer. Like, we ain't seen porn in years. You know what I'm saying? Like, he won't give us, well, the most we get is like, he still got a sweet tooth. We might get some vegan carrot cake. You know what I'm saying? That's the most we get from him. But damn, man, we don't get none of the goods. He don't smoke weed. He don't drink. You know what I'm saying? He always helping people. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's starving a mother effer. Like, this is horrible. My demons be trying to like transfer. Like, can we possess somebody else? Like, you know what I'm saying? One of his women, can we jump in and do the vagina and possess her? Because this is boring. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't care about my demons. Man, my demons can eat a D. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm much bigger than that's the goal. You want to have so much God in you that the dark is so small that it's remember when Legion came across Yahweh Shai? And Legion was like, we know who you are. Can you just put us in the swine, please? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even a negotiation. Legion was like, oh, God, oh, damn. Damn, like, we can't do nothing with this dude. There ain't no room for us we can't possess him. You know what I'm saying? There's no room. See, that's how you have to kind of look at the world. Like, you only got two things you could do in this world. If you don't remember nothing I ever say, you remember this joint. You got two things you could do in this world. You can either live the illusion or you can escape from the illusion. That's all you got. You ain't got nothing else. Okay? So your demons have to see you the same way. Either get down or get burnt the hell up. That's it. They ain't I don't give a goddamn what you got to say. There was a time I did care about what my demons had to say because I was out here trying to do nasty, crazy stuff. Yeah, I'm running into Ronika and all of them. I ain't really know what to say to Ronika to get Ronika. You know what I'm saying? If you've been in the street, you had a Ronika. You know what I'm saying? I had a few Ronikas. You know what I'm saying? But I lived on the north side. I didn't know what to say to Ronika. My demons knew what to say. You know what I'm saying? My demons knew just how to grab on her arm just right so she don't reach in that person, slice me in the face, but like, what, nigga? You know, excuse my mom. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? But then when I grew beyond that, like, what the hell are you doing? Wasting your essence with this. You're supposed to be delivering Ranika. You're supposed to be turning Ranika into Rashida. You're supposed to be speaking life into her. What the hell are you doing? You see? You're listening to your damn demons. Now, you thought you got a prize because, you know, Ranika may have given you something, some physicality, fed the demon even more, you see, but you didn't really get what you're supposed to. And you limited yourself as a deity that you were called to be in her life. And that goes for everybody else. So as you grow and you level up beyond that, you start to starve those demons out. You see, every dark place they bring you in, you come in and you shine in light. And they're like, damn, why we bring this fool up in here? He messing the whole joint up. You see? Because there's so much light now. So I would say, man, like, that's a demon. You know, even like when you're dealing with the jinn, I don't care about the jinn. Jinn live in a different realm than I do. Now, they can dodge in and out of realms, but I don't need no jinn. There was a time when I had jasmine and jasmine flower, because that's how you invoke a jinn, through using jasmine. I was invoking jinn all the time to do work for me. I don't even do no work for me now. I'm better at it than they are. I don't need no demons. Let me tell you something, man. I don't even be needing angels like that. Angel ain't nothing but a messenger. You know how many messengers we surrounded by? I could take this phone right now and go into the street and find you 5 angels. We surrounded by angels. A lot of people got messages to share with us. A lot of people. I say, hey man, I got five young brothers on the line right here, man. You got some wisdom to give them? Watch what happens. And somebody will put us on to something. Now they may be drunk, they may smell like urine, but you know, sometimes you may entertain angels unaware. You think you looking at a homeless person, someone who's out of their mind, but you didn't open up your awareness to know that the messages are around. Because once you say the messages are around, then the homeless person appears on the subway. You thought they were there that whole time. They weren't there. Because the world creates as you can see it, then it forms. So if I can acknowledge that there's angels outside, angels will show up outside. But if I can't see them, I ain't gonna see them. You see, so that's what I would say, man. You know, be so big in your divinity that your demons just feel like you're just the most horrible person in the world. And they beg you for mercy.
I want to go back to something you said earlier, which made when you was like, everybody's gonna die Muslim. Is that? I remember one time you said somebody asked you if you were a Muslim. You was like, everybody's born a Muslim. Is that the same reason why?
Nah. Even when you read in scripture, right? The Most High makes everybody do what the Most High wants eventually. So you will follow the will of Allah without knowing that you're following the will of Allah. You see, that's how our enemies end up getting used. And they thinking they're doing something to us. Meanwhile, they're doing something for us. You have followed the will of Allah. You see, everybody at some point gives it up and submits to the Creator. Everybody. And sometimes you do things that you don't know are the will of Allah. You're doing things, sometimes you're led in a certain direction. You don't know why I'm doing this, why I'm going this, why I said that. It's Allah's will that you do that. Now, there are those who, like I say, they want to ride the head of the serpent. So they like, look, man, you ain't got to force me to do nothing. Just tell me what I need to do. You know, it's your world. And they ride the head of the serpent. They ride the wave. right? And then there's other ones that get dragged under the current. So because they getting dragged under the current, they thinking that life is hard because they're making their own way. They don't realize you ain't making your own way. You just getting dragged. So everyone eventually will follow the will of Allah. Everyone.
Do we get unlimited supply of bean pies if we
You might, man. You was tearing up at the retreat too. I didn't get you. But I don't think Allah really wants us to eat all that sugar in the bean pie. Just throw that out there, brother. Talking about parasites and stuff. I don't remember reading about no bean pies in the Quran. So, you know, they good though. They good. But
how do we connect our understanding of Allah to Yahweh or Yahuwah? Like, because I remember you said before, Yah and Allah are different. They're different gods because the different conceptions of, I would say, the Almighty. So how would we now start? How would we connect those two?
Right. There's schools of thought, right? So if you and I enroll in Florida A&T, and we both want to do well in school, right? And you know, I don't know, going to office hours. If we find out, if we go to office hours every week, that the professors, they smile upon that, they'll give you a good grade. Then we will want to fall into the grace of those professors. And like I told you at the retreat, grace means to please. We are now pleasing our professors, right? Does that mean now that I've given up my Elohim? No. It's just that as I'm going through this particular school and this particular understanding, these are the rules or the ways to benefit from this particular environment. So you will never hear me say Allah is the Most High. There's a difference. But if I want to understand my cousins, because Muslims are my cousins, if I want to understand my cousins' way of being and to extrapolate some of the benefits of their culture, then I have to understand the lawgiver that created their culture, known as Allah or the peace. Now, of course, there are people who will say, well, Allah is Elah and the Hebrew, yeah. But Elah is not Yahuwah. Those are the same people who will tell you, well, Allah means God. Allah don't mean God, Allah mean Allah. You know, so I just want to, if I see value, they're just like I may, not that Buddha was ever a deity, but if I want to gain some of the great wisdom of Confucius, then I will learn about Buddha. But I'm not trying to figure out how to integrate Buddha into my Hebrew culture. I'm understanding each space has an advantage because I need to understand those L's to understand the disadvantages. You know, like for instance, we talk about Chinese medicine a lot and the advantages of Chinese medicine and all of the herbs and different things you could take, which are awesome. I'm not Chinese though. So I need Afro-Shemitic medicine because my body is different than a Chinese man, right? But it doesn't mean that I ignore all of those things. I want to learn those things, but I also still have to learn my own as well. I don't submit myself to those things knowing that I have something that is superior for me. Yahuwah is superior for me because that's the L of my nation. But that's no shade to Allah, who is the L of another nation, of the Ishmaelites, because they do some great stuff over there too. You know.
So then how does everyone eventually become a Muslim then?
Because to be a Muslim means to submit to the will of Allah. Allah means the peace. So to be a Muslim really means to submit to, like, it's really knowing the words. Eventually you're going to submit to the natural way. You remember, Islam is a culture, it's not a religion. And it's a culture. The most important thing to understand about Islam is that no different than you have modern Hebrew, like in the script, than you have ancient or biblical Hebrew, which is closer to Phoenician texts, right? So we think when we talk about Islam, there's just Islam. You have Islam as it is practiced today, and then you have ancient Islam. Ancient Islam and ancient Hebrew culture are identical. So you'll hear me cite things about Islam and being a Muslim, but I'm not speaking about Arab-centric Islam as we see today. That's new. Just like if you hear me say Hebrew, as many people will imagine, they're thinking about modern day, Sephardic or Ashkenazi, people. I'm not even thinking about them. I'm talking about ancient Hebrew lines, or I'm talking about ancient Ishmaelite lines, which are nothing like what you see today. So to say like eventually everyone becomes a Muslim, eventually everyone submits. Everyone submits to the will of the Creator, eventually.
So the will of the Creator is the peace.
The will of that Creator is the peace. Eventually, everyone will submit to the strategy, or I don't want to say strategy. Everyone will submit to the agenda of peace. Even those who make war. You think about even all of the warlike kingdoms that fell. Why do all kingdoms rise and fall? Because they be fighting. You see, so you fall, you gotta get up out of here. Eventually we'll get peace. Keep fighting, we'll get peace.
So the will of that Creator is peace.
Yes.
But that's not to say like it's because of Allah, like, or it's because of their Creator that everyone is going to eventually submit to peace. It's just like that's the dominant thing that Allah is trying to, or Allah wants to make sure happens, is peace.
Yes, but Allah doesn't want or try. That is the design from the beginning.
Okay.
It's just we be knuckleheads. Like for instance, Yahweh, his name means Yah is salvation, right? So you could fight all you want, but to be saved, you have to take on the mind of Christ. Now, we have many people who will say, I'm not taking on the mind of Christ. I'm doing well, you won't be saved. Saved from what? You'll find out. Because nothing works until you decide to become the Christ. Nothing works, right? So if I say Yahweh Shai is salvation, what does your first mind say? Oh, you telling me I gotta confess to Jesus? I ain't say that. But they tricked you into thinking that. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that you have to do. There's no such thing as a sinner's prayer. That's not even in the Bible. People made that up. There's nowhere in the Bible where it says you have to do that in order to come into the kingdom. That's some made up crap. But it does say, let this mind that's in me be in you. There's so many precepts around changing your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to take on the brain of God in order to be saved. That sounds kind of dope to me, actually. You know what I'm saying? Like when you really look at it, but you have invaders that have created another narrative that's kind of whack. Bend the knee and confess, and we're a warlike people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not really even in our nature. That's kind of soft. But you tell me live by a warrior's code, because that's what to take on the Christ mindset. You're telling me live by a warrior's code, and by living by this code of this spiritual warrior, I will then see the world like Adam and Eve were trying to achieve back then. I will know good from evil, and I will see as God sees. That sounds dope. That's dope. For me, that sounds dope because of my genetics. For somebody else, they may be, oh, that sounds scary. Yeah, well, it ain't for you. It's for me. You know, so that's the thing. It's like, I would say that there are certain words that are terms that have been hijacked, and then it takes our mind into the wrong place immediately, and we don't get it. So even when I say Muslim, a person thinks about a Muslim that they know. They don't think about Ishmael. And then when a person thinks about Ishmael, they don't think like that was Abraham's son.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just think about, you've been on the continent. When most people describe someone, they describe them by relation. Oh, that's my father's brother. You know, that's my mother's sister. So if we describe Ishmael, oh, that's Abraham's son. Oh, so wait a minute. So we got the 12 tribes, and then, well, Ishmael had 12 tribes. Uh-oh. Now this changes the narrative just in the language that we use. But we don't say Ishmaelites, we say Muslims. So we lose what's just like we don't say Yehudites, we say Jews. So you miss it. And then why we even say Yehudites when we're trying to get Israel and Yehuda to be one again? Why are we not saying Israel? Because if we say Israel, then we have a national identity. Nobody wants you to have a national identity, because once you have a national identity, the phrase accept your own and be yourself starts to make more sense.
If you gonna die Muslim, why wouldn't you just practice it? Why wait?
You know what? I ain't even gonna answer that. That's a good. Yeah. Yeah. You tell me. Y'all tell me. Yeah.
If you're born one and you die one, you might as well be a Muslim.
It would make the most sense if you were born submitting to the will of Allah, which we all were. Who told you there's milk in the titty?
Allah.
See, you knew there was milk in the titty. You never even been outside. You were inside the whole time. You never been outside. And somehow you knew there was milk in the titty. You were already submitting to the will of the Creator the moment you came out. The fact that you came out. How many reports do we have of babies scratching and kicking to stay in the womb? You knew you had to come out. Then you knew where the titty was. And you had all of these great attributes about you. And then you were programmed into something else. You lost your way. So everyone is born a Muslim. And then we lose our way. Everyone is born with that connection to nature. Then we say, I don't like bugs and grass and dirt. That's asinine. That is completely asinine. You have Gambia, where the women take cow dung and they use it to cover their floors because it hardens so hard. And they also use it to fill in the creases where they store their grain. They use it to store grain, like their grain houses. But you don't like dirt touching you. That's idiotic. Anytime you talk to someone, they say they don't like nature, you talking to a damn devil. You are so far from your natural senses that you can't even be within your own creation. Nature is the unfurling of the atom that unfurled you. So you can't be home? Heck, now I slept on a rock the last night. Came out all zen. The last night we was at the retreat, he was like, I just found a rock, and just, it's like, yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, we're all born with that, man, and then we lose it. Look how we shifting in our seats. Hips all messed up.
I'm trying to grasp this. That's what I'm.
Okay, let's go through it, because if you're trying to grasp it, somebody else is trying to grasp it too.
Yeah, because I think that's where I'm confused as to where does Hebrew fall into all of this. If I'm might as well just, if I'm born a Muslim, if I'm a die Muslim, then why would I start to even look into being a Hebrew if I'm going to be a Muslim?
Nah, it's the same thing. This is what I'm saying. Don't let the words mess you up. Go by the definitions. What is a Muslim? One who submits to the will of the peace. We'll just use that, right? So we're translating. One who submits to the will of the peace. Now, I don't have to submit to being an Israelite. I am an Israelite. Now, if I decide that I'm going to live my Hebrew culture, that's something different. But I am what I am. Now, I can be in denial. Like I said, you got two things you could do. You can live in the illusion and fool yourself, or you can escape the illusion. There has been an illusion established that Muslims are my enemy. That has never been my cultural truth. Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, everyone, I began my journey as a Muslim. As some of you know, my birth name is Yusuf. You see, so, and anytime I was in a spirit house, that was the first thing that would come. Without people knowing, they knew my Nigerian name. That would always come up every time. You know, you have a special connection to Islam. And I'd play dumb because you work, let you work. Oh, what is it? You know, but I always knew, because we're talking about ancient Islam and ancient Judaism. It's the same thing. But as man put themselves in the agenda, they started to break it apart. Because look at it like this, Zach. You got Abraham. Abraham gave birth, or Abraham begot, Ishmael. Ishmael is the father of what we know today to be as Muslims. But Ishmael also gave birth to Yaqub. Abraham also gave birth to Yaqub, which became the father of who we know today to be as Hebrews or Israelites. Right? So the Israelites and the Ishmaelites, or the Israelites and the Islamites, have the same grandfather. You practice the traditions and the ways of your father in our tradition. So that's why they call Islam an Abrahamic religion. So if Abraham was one who submitted to Yahuwah, if Yahuwah was his God, then it would go to say that Yahuwah was the God of his children. Ishmael was his son. Jacob, or Israel, was also his son. They both have the same God. Different perspective a little bit with Ishmael. But they both were practicing their father's religion. This is why ancient Islam and ancient Hebrew look like the same thing, because they were both following in the footsteps of their father, Abraham.
Like
so Yah would be the father of Allah.
Yah is the title. You could call Allah Yah.
See, I think this is where I'm getting screwed up because y'all said that these are two different people.
Two different archetypes. But we could do that. We could say Yahuwah is the father of Allah. We could do that. Because remember, when you're dealing with Hebraic, see, we're not monotheists.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Adonai, right? You have Elah. You have the other Elohim. You have Yahuwah. Each one is serving a different function. We covered that when we covered who are the sky people. You have Enki. You have Enlil. Everybody's doing something different, but all a part of this council who are subject to Yahuwah. No, we'll just say that for now because it changes. Really subject to Anu, but I don't want to confuse you more. So Allah, as we know it, and Yahuwah are not. They're a part of their. Let's say they're brothers. They're part of the same family.
And one's not greater than the other.
That's monotheistic. It's okay. Boom. Here, I got you right here. Right. This might not make sense though, but I'm gonna use it anyway. You know. So Billboard just released this greatest hip hop album of all time. They released this article. The number one hip hop album of all time was Illmatic by Nas. Then it was The Chronic by Dr. Dre was number 2. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill was number 3. Outkast, I think, was in there somewhere 4 or 5, and I don't remember. It was 5. That's total BS. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill only had 3 rap songs on it. How the heck is it one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time? Only had 3 rap songs. And you can't tell me, if I'm from Houston, you can't give me Nas over Pimp C and Bun B. You can't tell me Illmatic was better than any UGK album. That don't make no damn sense. If I'm from Atlanta, you want me to put Illmatic over Outkast? That don't even make any damn sense. So I looked at the list and I said, this is idiotic. Because this completely disregards the Elohim of those different areas. Yes, in New York, yes. If I was, because Illmatic, around the same time, you got Illmatic, Ready to Die, Reasonable Doubt, Doggy Style. You gonna tell me if I'm growing up in Long Beach, California, that I'm gonna pick Illmatic over Doggy Style? No way, no how. So it's about who is for your region. So Allah is the El of the Ishmaelites. I'm not going to look at Allah and be like, well, mine is better. That's not what's for me. What's for me is Yahuwah. There's no beef because Yahuwah is designed, and I am designed to fit within the matrix of Yahuwah. An Ishmaelite is designed to fit in the matrix of Allah. We all have, just like I understood in the beginning of Illmatic, he was playing the movie Wild Style, and you had trains going by. That was the intro skit of Illmatic. A train ain't gonna mean nothing to somebody from Houston or Dallas. Mm-hmm. They ain't got subways like that, but it means something to me. Oh, I know what he's talking about. I know why they got them, because they were talking about doing graffiti on the trains. They don't do graffiti on the trains there, so it doesn't apply. You see, mm-hmm. So you have to know who your L is. The most powerful thing. See, that's why when those were taken within the Ma'afa, your history was taken. Now we think just our history was taken, so we wouldn't know, like, oh, you did something good. We'll figure that out eventually. Your history was taken so you won't know who your L is. That was more important. you won't know who your L is. If I don't know who my L is, my L establishes my culture. Not the other way around. It's not, oh, I'm an Israelite, so therefore I'm going to rock with Yah. I rock with Yah, so therefore I grow a beard. And my women dress modestly. So my L creates my culture. I may know what, Assalamu alaikum means, but I don't need to say that. I'm going to say Shalom alaikum. Because that's within my culture that my Yah gave me. But I'm not going to look at a Muslim and be like, yo, you should say Shalom. No, you should say what your L told you to say. It's a whole crew and council.
But you're going to die over there, though.
Why?
Because
why would they die?
You're going to die a Muslim. So why wouldn't I say Assalamu alaikum when I'm going to die Assalamu alaikum?
No. You're going to die. Everyone dies submitting to the will of the Creator. Just because the Muslim may say, well, everyone dies submitting to the will of Allah. They don't really say that, but everyone dies submitting to the will of Allah. See, this is the thing about being Anu. This is a very important lesson, by the way. But anybody's going to get this later. About understanding Anu. You got to know how to code switch. You see, in the same instance, if I go down south, there was this group back then. I'm trying to remember, damn, what's the name of this group? They had this song, your mama smoke crack rocks. No, she don't. Your mama smoke crack rocks. No, she don't. See, y'all laughing. But they was from Miami. If you look it up, you'll find it. They was from Miami. I remember they song back then. It's probably like 91, 92. I remember this song. What July?
On crack rock, and they say, not my mama.
Not my mama. Right. Your mama on crack rocks. You got my mama bent. Your mama on crack rocks. Right? It was actually a sad song because it was like these little girls was making fun of this other girl, and then the dudes was rapping in between. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm there, I'm not gonna be like, yo, that's whack. Y'all should listen to Gangstar, or y'all should have been listening to the Group Home or Biggie's joint. Like, no. Like, that's the energy, that Miami sound. That's what ruled there. Mm-hmm. So I know how to go to Miami and do the brown. Yeah, I get there. I Tootsie Roll with you in the club and everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that in New York. You know what I'm saying? So when you're moving as Anu, you have to have this ability to navigate, because you're seeing the string that exists within it all and over it all. And it's a fine line between being in an environment and secretly knowing that I'm still sitting on top of this, but I'm allowing my human body to experience this. See, if Jacquez and now, if they say, hey, we're gonna let you listen to some music we like, I don't like their music, right? I ain't even heard none of it. I know I don't like it because I don't walk and talk like dudes their age do. So the way I walk and talk and I look at the world, that's what produces the sounds that I like. They listen to me, they be doing all this, and I ain't doing all that, man. You gotta use I'm from the era, your head, you listen to, they put their whole body into it. I'm not doing that. You see what I'm saying? But that's their era. But if I go listen, if I say, okay, y'all take me on a musical journey, I'm gonna be in that joint. I'm getting into it. You know, and I'm gonna try to transform my mind from, okay, let me try to picture what is their world like? You see, like Nal and Jacquez are the children of lean. These are the children. I'm telling you, they laughing. You know what I'm saying? This is what lean produced. You know what I'm saying? My era, we was like sipping on some syrup, but while we was sipping on syrup, we was making them. You see what I'm saying? So they come out with syrup and lean, they thinking like that. You see what I'm saying? My parents were smoking weed. Like they was from the weed era, like taking the album cover and cutting up their weed on the album and making a little joint and all that. So my sensibilities are different. So I got to understand, well, let me think like a lean kid. Well, I probably want my music a little slower. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it's going to be mumble rap because I'm high. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to so it's about being able to navigate and become that environment, not necessarily become a chameleon, but see, love is the projection of your consciousness. Can I project my consciousness into the consciousness of a 21, 22, 23-year-old authentically and be there, like authentically be there? That's hard. While at the same time not lose myself. I ain't gonna be no idiot sitting there up in no club, like, come on, looking like the owner. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't going to no club, you know, but can I project myself to really be there and like, okay, I see why you feel this way. I see why this hits you this way. I get it. Like, I tell you something simple when it comes to music. We make fun of their music a lot because it does suck. You know what I mean? Like, they ain't got no lyrics, nothing like that. They can't rhyme like we rhyme. They know that, though. That ain't no secret. But they are much more sophisticated listeners than my era was. Because today's younger listener can hear frequencies that we couldn't hear. Because they have years and years and years of 808 tones that we didn't have. So now, like, they can hear subsonic frequencies that we couldn't hear back in the days. They're actually more. You sometimes look at YouTube comments on the songs and they'll be like, yo, they need to remix this. You know, they'll know, like, if a mix was bad, like, oh, it sounded too harsh, it was too brittle. And it's like, we couldn't hear none of that. So that's an evolution right there. Because if you're hearing more frequencies, that's a spiritual thing. You see what I'm saying? So I only know that about them because I was able to be in their environment, listen to their music, and like, all right, I'm gonna be a lean kid for a couple minutes and think like lean, think lean, think lean, mm-hmm. You know, and then understand them. So as I knew, you have to be able to navigate multiple environments like that, but not lose your footing. You see? Mm-hmm. All right, what is it, Zach? I could tell when you know.
Because I think this is, I don't know why, my chip is just glitching right here. It's this particular junction. It's if I can study a lean culture, right, and not lose my footing, but if at the same time you're telling me I'm gonna die lean culture, well then I might as well just live lean culture. If I'm gonna die that culture.
Nah, you know what it is? You're looking at it as either or. Yeah. And that's from a Judeo-Christian perspective. That's a Euro-Christian perspective. We right, they wrong. If you don't do this, you're gonna die. It ain't that. It's all right, boom. Check it out. You from Colorado. Mm-hmm. Why were you allowed to go to California?
Because it's season. I'm a crip, cuz. No.
I shouldn't even ask you. You know. So you just came back from New York. Uh-huh. And you kept saying, I'm looking for Fat Tony, right? So you was able to go to New York. Yeah, where's Fat Tony at? And Joey Bag of Donuts. So you was able to move around New York with no issues, right? And being in a different environment because you recognize it's not either this or that. We have been separated. So I come to New York, I'm just looking at more of my family that was over here the whole time, living a different experience. Mm-hmm. So now I got to figure out what did we retain and where was the wedge put in between us? What messed us up? Because anytime somebody came to pull the wedges out and get us back one again, they got killed. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we already know that that must mean that we are supposed to be, we all eat red beans and rice. You know what I'm saying? We just call it different stuff, but we all eat grits. Now some just say, no, it's cornmeal, it's grits. We all eat grits and we all eat red beans and rice. Right? So, and we all like our music with a lot of bass in it. And I'm not going to talk about our women, but we like our women and men a certain way, right? But it's all equals, it ends up being the same thing, right? So there is a camaraderie there that has been separated because we've been cast. We've been dispersed throughout the nations. And that's happened even on a micro level. We've been dispersed throughout America. But we're still the same people. Mm-hmm. So let's go back to Ishmael and Jacob, right? We got Jacob, Esau, but we'll go back to Ishmael and Jacob. You came from the same father. So you're one. If we come out of the same house, we dress the same, we eat the same, we act the same. Our father is the one who delineates the authority of our culture. Whatever our father lived is what we're going to live. Now, because of disobedience in that house, him and his mother were dispersed. Right? That's the story. They were sent out. However, you still sent out with that same exact culture. So you still the same thing. Now we just got to go. Now, years later, we just go to find you now. But you're still going to be living the culture of your father. You close to it. Watch.
Okay.
If it wasn't for the Ma'afa, we wouldn't be Christians. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for the Arab Ma'afa, they would still be Ishmaelites. Something came in between and perverted that original culture. Our original culture was Israelite Hebrew culture that got perverted and diluted down to Christianity. Their original culture was Ishmaelite culture given to them by Abraham that got diluted down to what we see as modern day Muslim culture or Arab-centric culture. Now, if we get the invaders out of the way, we start reversing the process. Y'all get the Arabs who enslaved y'all out of the way, and we get the English, Portuguese, we just go through the French that got us out of the way, and we get that out and get back to our original, we're going to realize, oh, we the same thing. We was doing the same thing before we got disrupted.
It's like, like when I used to teach class and there was already Hebrews in that region and the words was already there and the culture was already similar, in the sense, as you talk, I was about to put the analogy. It's like when you talk about the 5 families, Bonanno, Lucchese, Gambino, all of them, it's still a Cosa Nostra at the end of the day.
Right.
It's still a Cosa Nostra at the end of the day. They're still living this thing of what? Ours.
Right. Right. It's still so, but depending on if you're in Nevada or you're in Chicago, it's going to express itself differently. But it still comes back to the same root. Like we got Jaquez. I'm gonna use him because he's in Atlanta. He's like full Atlanta. Now is newer to Atlanta, but like he in Atlanta, right? That's one thing. We got Zach on the west, El Karat really from the south, but he's up north. We got Menelek in the Bahamas, right? Mm-hmm. We got these cats from all over the place. Mayuba, he Well, he's like the wind. We never really know where he at. So I don't even want to. He don't. He's wherever he could be. We don't even know where he at right now. So, but we got right. So, but we can come together and have a conversation. And you notice, even though we're all in all these different regions, we laugh at the same things. We got the same sense of humor. And then when we start talking about God, we go down the same roads. That tells you right there that we're the same people. It's just we're dispersed people. Connection went out for a second or something.
You back?
You back? We can see it.
Oh, it was me. It wasn't me. It was y'all.
Come on, Steve.
So that tells you right there, we are the same people. Our work now is stripping the oppressor, excuse me, away from our interactions. That's the hard part. So some of it is in what we call each other. Some of it is in how we perceive each other. You know what I mean? We start to, like I said before, you have the word brother and you have the word brethren or brethren. They ain't the same word. Brother denotes biological connection. Brethren denotes communal, cultural, or spiritual connection. So we strive to be brethren. You see? But in order to do that, we got to scrape stuff out. Like I've said this before with our people who are melanin rich. What's one of the biggest points of confusion? What is God? You go into any black community, ask that question, see how many questions, see how many answers you get. You go into one church and ask that question. We all in the same church, clapping and everything. Oh, what's God? Watch how confused it gets. What is God's name? Well, God ain't got no name. God is many things. What? God ain't got no name. Then somebody else would be like, well, here it says his name was Jah. Okay, cool. Another person would be here, but I ain't saying that. You know what I mean? So how can we get back together if we can't even get with the fundamentals that drive our existence? First, we have to know what are the fundamentals that drive our existence as melanin rich people. Because like a lot of times when we try to get together and form organizations, what do people say? Oh, you need money to make anything happen. If you want to make something happen, first you got to get the money. That's not what drives us. That's what drives other people. What drives us is love, good sex, good music, connecting to family, camaraderie, communal reputation. That's what drives us. But that doesn't necessarily drive other groups. You see, we stab people over making us look bad in front of our people. It's that important to us. Our reputation is a lot. My name is my name, like my man Marlo said. My name is my name. But other groups, they don't care about that. They're not stressing that. So we first had to decide or figure out what the heck do we stand on? And then what is in the way of us exchanging that with each other?
So with the Ishmaelites and the Israelites, if they received the promise from Yahuwah, both groups received the promise from Yahuwah, then where does Allah come in then?
That's who was okay. So we got to go back to Anu. Remember when we did who are the sky people, and to be Elohim, 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 it said, and then it said, then Yahuwah, the Lord. Oh, this was the one who was put over you. But ultimately it goes to Anu. We're really looking at the promises of Anu.
So would Anu be El Elyon?
El Elyon is someone else.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. You know why? because you're thinking like Christians.
That's okay.
Hey, here. Why ain't Zach Chief Yuya? Now you know, there's some people who will look at us and get us confused.
Fit the description.
Fit the description. Yeah, the big bald-headed guy with the beard. The black guy. I didn't want to say it, but the black guy. Right? Now we can clearly see me and him do not look alike. We can clearly see we're not the same age. But this people will look at it and be like, nah, you guys look exactly alike. Right. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be able to make that distinction because of how they were trained and their inability to see. So when we start speaking about deities, we want one or two because we think we're still thinking, like I told you, it's sky people. How many people are there? Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't worried. Like I'm not really that concerned about another 500 gods. I've been doing this work for a long time. I know a lot of gods, a lot. I'm not worried about all those other. What's the God of my nation? That's it. I know those other ones, and I learn those other ones, and I learn how they can, I can learn their lessons. But I'm more concerned about the covenant that I have with the God of my nation. Mm-hmm. That's what we have to focus on. When I see that, those stories and those teachings, like, okay, this is how I'm supposed to conduct myself. Because I can look at certain things that Muslims do and say, I ain't getting down like that. Well, that ain't for me. That's not for me. It's okay. But you got to get out of that Christian mindset where it's like, well, this one is the same one as that one. That one is the same one. No, they're different. You can have different things in the sky. It's okay. But it doesn't mean that all those things are for you. That's one of the big mistakes of the conscious community. Anytime you introduce a new God to them, they want to they build a shrine to it. They love idols. Let somebody come to Atlanta and do a lecture and talk about how this new deity appeared to them. They astral projected and they had a conversation with this deity, and this deity is taking us into the year 2025, because 2025, when you break it down, it's the number 9. So number 9 is when the head comes on the top, because we're no longer dealing with that 6 energy. And this is the God of 9s, because we're the 9 ether people, because our hair curls when it goes on the outside instead of curling on the inside. So everyone who has that hair that curls on the outside, they have to now start dealing with this 9 energy deity. Watch how many shrines go up. See, that's our problem. That's our problem. Because we are an adulterous nation. We want to serve everything. If it's down, that's deep. But that brother said that make a lot of sense. My hair is nappy as hell. Like I always try to figure out why. Like, yeah, we supposed to be. No, man. You got your God. Now work on that one. Everybody got their own God.
So
I can't believe this conversation was 4 hours. This is crazy. But okay, come on, we cook it. We cook it.
So we would have to go beyond, because in the biblical narratives, it would be Yahuwah giving those promises. So
yeah.
So how do you go beyond that and know that that's actually the promises of Anu?
Yahuwah was given, because you have to go back to see. First of all, it's 2 things. You gotta not get stuck just in the Bible, because when I did the breakdown, who are the sky people, I had to take you. Well, where did the Genesis stories come from, right? But Yahuwah is giving promises to his people. That's why he's constantly saying, you will be my people and I will be your Yah. There are you shall have no other gods before me, because there's other ones. But so these promises and these things, I'm making this with you. So all of that, well, there is no Roman and there is no Jew. Go on. For God so loved the world. Go on. You misinterpreting that. He came for his people. See, it gets real deep, man, because we have been programmed for so long to believe that we have no origin, that it's hard to understand that, like, you do have an origin, you do have a God. It's very difficult for us to get that part. So even when we get into African spirituality, like I said, which that there's no such thing as that. Different villages have different deities. How you just gonna come like, oh, that's for me? Oh, I'm a Sangoma now. You ain't even Zulu. I'm an Orisha priest. You ain't from Nigeria. How you just take that? Because you believe you don't have something. And then when you do find the thing you have, you believe it's a trick because somebody taught you was somebody else's. Hebrew. Nah, man, I'm African. That is African. You see. Then you get tricked on another level by terms like spiritual Israel. There's physical Israel and then there's spiritual Israel. So that means that anybody could be Israel. No. That's insane. Yeah, I give you, and I had to say this to this man the other day because he tried that crap with me. He was like, well, this spiritual Israel. I said, all right, cool. I'm with you. I'm with you. Hard body. I got you. Can you show me a spiritual Chinese person? He got mad when I said that. He was like, no, you don't understand. I said, no, I do understand. I understand completely. You spiritually grafted yourself into somebody's bloodline. You saying that you now will receive all of the inheritance and the blessings of an actual bloodline. So can I be spiritually Japanese? See what I'm saying? We have an origin. You know, just think about somebody, yo, boom, look, oh my God. But think about somebody standing in front of your father's gate and saying that I am now spiritually in this family and I want to see a copy of the will to make sure I have been included in the will. What? You know what I'm saying? So it's once we realize we do have a ethnic origin and something was given to us already. And once you understand, I taught this in the class, and I knew somebody came along and said, I'll take that. And then after they said, I'll take that, then they made it their mission to make you believe that it was never yours. They stole your book and said, you didn't write this, we wrote this. Why would you write yourself in Africa? This don't even make it. You wrote this? You wrote yourself into Africa. Come on. Why did Ethiopia? You would think you would have wrote yourself into the Caucasus Mountains. I should be seeing the term Khazar in here a little bit more. This was a lazy rewrite. This was a very lazy rewrite. Because you never thought that I was going to get my hands back on it again. Because the plan was that I'd be dead by now. You took 400 years and tried to exterminate me. You don't do nothing for 400 years that you don't expect that this is going to work. You took 400 years and it didn't work. So it's like, oh, damn. So now we got to go even harder on this is ours. Let's go move over here, put a flag up and say, this is our land that we originated from. Because the 400 years thing, that didn't work out. We thought we was going to get rid of all. They freaking had the nerve to multiply. See, if you understand these stories, I've broken this, like so much I'm going to say on YouTube, then you'd understand, no, you have an origin. there was someone who or something that was assigned to you and our people. We have an L, and we have our code. But it doesn't mean we can't look at other L's and other codes. But our challenge as a people is we get beguiled away. You see a fine sister who's Jehovah's Witness, and they say, I think Jehovah's Witness is calling me in my spirit. That's what we do. As you know, you knocking on my door. How do you feel about the events that's going on in the world today? You know what I mean? Like, we got our own L. Do you understand where we at, Zach?
I think so.
He don't. But okay.
I'm. It's not necessarily. I'm not with like. I understand that it's this or that one. I think my head is going towards if I was born a Muslim and I'm a die a Muslim, then why wouldn't I just pick this over here as opposed to saying, well, I'm a born Muslim, die Muslim, but I'm going to study Hebrew culture because
what's a Muslim?
When you hear Muslim,
what is a Muslim? Let's start there.
What is a Muslim, huh?
See? If I'm a be impotent, I need to look impotent.
So I drew this out if it makes it simpler for Zach. I don't know if this.
I knew you were too. I saw him drawing something. I'm like, he's doing an art piece.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing complicated, but it's just like. Let me see if I can do that. Is that visible?
I see a pitchfork. I don't know.
I have an I here for
Israel. Ishmaelite.
I have a J here for Jacob. You have Abraham the father, right? And you have AN for Anu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, is that clearer?
Yeah, it looks like a retainer for your mouth. That's what it looks like.
Zach, come on, man. I drew this for you, my friend.
Yeah, man, I can see it, but if I'm gonna go by your retainer, then if you telling me I was born over here to the right. Yep, right there. Keep it right there, right? I'm born there, and I'm going to die there, okay?
No, that's not what he's saying. You're not saying you're born there, you die there. You're just saying that whether you're here or here, you're the same thing. There's no difference. Because you come from here.
Why would I be born there, or why would I die there then? Why wouldn't it just be...
But we never answered the question. What is a Muslim?
Someone who submits to the will of peace.
One who submits to the will of the peace.
Someone who submits to the will of peace. As a child, you submitted to the will of peace.
You knew where the city was. Ain't nobody had to tell you.
You know, right. You see, who ain't more relaxed with a titty in their mouth?
Okay.
So, now as an adult, as an elder or whatever, you're getting ready to die, you're going to eventually submit to the will of peace.
So is it that you should be focused more on the concept instead of the actual terminology?
Instead of the word. That's actually, I think, what started this whole thing. Mm-hmm. It's the words that are dividing you from the understanding. I think that was when we was talking about how the spirit and science come together. And I'm like, yeah, somebody gave you those two different words to split something that was actually one.
Hence my retain.
Right, i.e. the retainer.
What's a retainer, by the way? Is that like a mouthpiece?
Yeah, it's a mouthpiece.
Man, exactly. You.
So you've made this split between Ishmaelites and Israelites that didn't have to be there because of the way we were taught. There's no real split.
But only when you say the difference between Allah and Yah, there is a split.
there's a split in their L's, but we have to go beyond. Like, okay, so we have a story, we have a journey. Our people living in North America. What we need to return to what we are, to get to Kether, is not the same thing that a brother growing up in Uganda needs. We think different. We act different. We're physically different.
Mm-hmm.
So if Ishmael goes off into the desert with his mother Hagar, what his descendants need, it's going to be a different flavor than what the Israelites need. Even though they're the same people, they got to get to the same place, but the instruction has to be different.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, oh, this one's better. No, this one is for you. This one works for you. This one works for you. It's like when you hear scriptures that talk about there will come a time when the whole earth, this book will be revealed to the whole earth. I used to think about that all the time. Like, that's impossible. Like, how is like everybody on the earth going to get a Bible? That's not fair. So if they don't get a Bible, they go to hell? No, they'll get the Creator revealed to them in a way that works for them.
Yeah.
That's why when you go around the world, so many of the stories are similar. Because we have to work it different ways to get people to where they need to go.
And that was the same story with Baha'u'llah, with the Baha'i tradition, right?
I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay.
Maybe add it to the retainer.
I grew up with a lot of Baha'i communities here in my city.
Mm-hmm.
They broke things down for me that made sense and made sense of things. I can't teach it and explain it, but
okay. You thought I was gonna save you on that one. So I know what just happened. He knows everything. But yeah, so yeah, you just gotta understand. We're going back to ancient ways. And once you go to the ancient things, you're going to find certain things are the same. Like, you know how some people be like, well, all religions are the same at the end of the day. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them. They're all different. But some people are like the same people. And they've been tricked into thinking that they're not the same people. Like, yo, here's a simple one. You know, Nigerians really don't be thinking they're Ghanaians. And vice versa. They're the same damn people.
Yeah, I try to talk to them about the jollof rice. They're gonna fight you about that.
Oh yeah, we have the best jollof, but the fact that you have jollof, you know what I'm saying? From Gambia on down, you're all the same people. But a line came and they split it up. You go over there, you go over there. We're gonna cut. Now, of course, through miscegenation, there are differences. Yeah, you're going to look a little physically different because you were miscegenated differently by different people. But this was all one big area at one point. Just like you come to North America, you really wasn't all these lines. You know what I'm saying? And then you had a lot of tribes that were nomadic. You know, so there's more oneness than we realize because we've been tricked out of our oneness. That's the problem. So as I knew, you got to sit above that and you got to, like, it's like you looking down from your throne, like, who's the same? Where's the truth? Where's the lie? The lie tells me the difference. You see, you study, like I said, you study ancient Hebrew culture, they made salat. But if you read your modern day Bible, you see no reference to salat. Something's off here. You left something out. Somebody took that out. Somebody did not want me to know that ancient Muslims and ancient Hebrews were the same people. Somebody didn't want me to know that. Because even when you use the term Moor, you have Muslim Moors, you have Hebrew Moors. But most time when you say Moor to people, they think of a Muslim. That was a trick. So now you're not realizing, was it really Hebrew Moors and Muslim Moors, or were they just Moors and they did the same thing? Because it is the same thing. Who made those classifications?
So if I'm understanding correctly, just to make sure then, ancient Muslim and an ancient Hebrew have different L's. However, because they need different L's in order to get back to a certain space.
Correct.
And that space that ultimately everybody is striving for is the space of peace.
No.
Everybody will die.
Well, I mean, we could say yes, it's peace, but this group needs to go through the path of peace over here. This group needs to go through a different path. We all need different things to get to where we need to go. Great example, we'll take, again, I'm going to use Jaquez again as an example. I probably would need to meditate more than he would, because Atlanta is not as loud and crazy as New York. He probably can have a clear thought quicker than I can. So I might have to go through an L of meditation. Like, oh, this is the L. That religion, they always meditate. Yeah, because we live around a bunch of noise.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas his L may be a lot more like, this is the L of trees. Atlanta's full of trees. You know, so it's like, go lean against a tree. Well, there's trees all over the place. That's easy. But we're going to the same place, but we need different medicine. We need different treatments based on where we landed.
Mm. So does this go into, like, when we say the most, it's our conception of the Most High, because it's an idea. So would the L be like, let's say it was Yahuwah? Could it have been that Yahuwah was the same sky person that was dealing with these nations, but they each had a different conception of it?
No.
That's
what Christianity wants you to think, because then that takes you back to monotheism. We are not monotheists. There are multiple gods. As long as you believe in monotheism, then it's very easy for me to introduce spookism to you. It's very easy, because there's one God and he sees everything. What? How? When you have stories in the book where he is going to one place to talk to one people, he's walking in the garden like, hey, who told you he was naked? But he had to show up there. Why he didn't show up when the conversation was happening if he saw everything? You see what I'm saying? So we're given this concept, well, God knows everything and sees everything. That don't even make sense. That's fairy tale. But if we do understand that there are multiple entities in a different dimension, look, man, we live in the United States, and half the time we scared to send certain emails and stuff online because we know the NSA is watching. So we understand the concept that agent so-and-so is watching this particular, this agent was assigned to this community. We understand that concept. So then when we read in the book of Enoch and we learn about the watchers, well, different watchers are assigned to different groups of people. How do I get the watcher's attention if I need something? That's called prayer. What is prayer? Meditation. What did they use before meditation? The Ark of the Covenant, the radio. So why the heck would I need technology? Why do I need a vest with certain jewels on it and a certain kind of radio if you hear me anyway?
Right.
I need technology. But then Yahushua comes along and is like, yo, I'm going to show you how to get beyond the technology. You see, that's Chief Uyah writing a book, Grasping the Divine Power. I'm going to show you how to do your own readings. You ain't got to go through no priest to do it. I'm going to show you how to do it yourself. That's what Yahushua did. I'm going to show you how to. That's why he said, now you can come before the throne of grace boldly. Because before that, people would have to go through a high priest to make their communication. And the high priest would have to be purified a certain way. Yahweh Shai was like, look, sit down, let me show you how to meditate. And then when you learn how to meditate like this, the things that you bind in heaven will be bound on earth. I'm going to show you how to connect your lower spirit to your higher spirit. You see?
Yeah, I wish I was like AI. Like, you're going to steal all our jobs.
Basically, yeah.
Get rid of him.
Yeah. He was cutting out middlemen. He was like, nah, y'all got, because remember when Yahweh Shai, that's why they killed him. He's trying to explain to them like, yo, y'all not even praying to the God y'all think y'all praying to. Y'all praying to the God that the Romans told you to pray to.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes, they still messing with Mars and whatnot. And Mercury. They messing with those deities. And then all of a sudden they turn around. After they finish praying to Mars and Mercury, then they turn around and be like, oh yeah, let me tell you about Jesus Christ. Or let me tell you about, not Jesus Christ at that, but let me tell you about God. You can't tell me about God. Not the God of the Hebrews. You ain't even Hebrew. So Yahweh Shai comes through and is like, let me put you on to our actual tradition. That's why he always referenced the old prophets. Mm-hmm. He's like, no, you already got forefathers. We already got a method. We ain't gonna do this crap they doing. And the Nephilim, who ruled the government at that time, said, kill him, get him up out of here, because he's going to start a revolution. That was the issue. They thought he came to take over the government. You see. So, and I saw, Michael, you had a question real quick, and we're going to close out, man. We've been here for a minute, but so there are multiple L's, yes, who started off the same way with people, but as each of the nations needed different things, the L's over these nations are still leading us in different ways to the same focal point. No. Oh, I'm sorry. You wrote something prior to, sorry about that. But how are the L's different even though we are the same people, or am I misunderstanding? Yeah, I would say you probably are, Michael. The Bible is full of evil L's. Evil L's. But you don't know because the word God is put for every single one of them. So you thinking as you're reading the scriptures, it's talking about one God. But then it's like 1 minute you tell Isaac to kill Jacob to kill his son. And then the next minute you say, no, it's all right. Never mind. I changed my mind. You're talking about two different gods. It's full of evil. The Bible is full of evil gods. You know, so just because someone is an L, again, y'all got to get out of the Christian mindset. You think because something is an L, which means that it's a superior entity. Mm-hmm. LeBron James is superior to most of us. He was never small. Like he was a man child. He was made to do that job. He might be called the L by some. That doesn't mean that he's righteous and gracious. Mm-hmm. It just means that he has a certain power that we do not have. So you have that in these books. That's why when Yahweh Shai came, he said, I am the good shepherd. Because there's a bunch of shepherds here. I'm the good one, though. You see? So, no, you have multiple L's, but like you said, but something like you said, the L's. So the multiple L's started off the same way with people as each of the nations needed. No. The L's are what formed the nation. Because you got to remember, in the Old Testament, they were fighting each other. The L of the mountain would fight the L of the plains, and they would be like, my God will win, and my God, you know, they were fighting each other. And these were not all sky people. These were just feudal warlords. If you were a feudal warlord thousands of years ago, you might get classified as a god. So now we read it later and we're like, oh, the god of the lower plains fought the god of the upper. No, these were just dudes who had big armies back then and they were fighting each other. This is where the importance of understanding the language comes in. You got to know how to break these words down. So even when you read Elohim, If you're coming from a Christian perspective, your mind immediately is going to go to something invisible flying in the sky. Even if you try not to think like that, your mind is going to think like that. This is something in some white robes coming with magical powers. So you're talking about a bunch of sorcerers in the sky like it's a Justice League. You got to stop thinking. When you hear Elohim, to me, now personally, everyone has their own conception. I think of only two things: scientists, war chiefs. That's it. And I'm not talking about something ethereal, like human scientists, human war chiefs. Because that's basically what they all were: scientists and freaking bloodthirsty warmongers who had advanced technology. So Yahushua comes and says, I went to Kemet and I studied that technology. I got you. I'm going to put you on so you could. It's the same thing as the deliverance from Mitzrayim or the deliverance from Egypt. The Bible never says that they were delivered out of the hand of the leaders there. They were delivered from the gods there, the Nephilim. So he kept saying, I'll be your God. You ain't got to serve them anymore. I'll take care of them. You come under me, you'll be my people. So now you can, like, you could say, this is my pops, this is my banner, leave me alone, and I'll be your Yah. You will not be a godless people who just out here getting, with no Vaseline by anything. Think about our experience in North America. You don't even know who be taking your tax money, but you know you got to pay it. Taxation without representation. That's another like form of that. You got people ruling over you who you don't even know. So when he said as a part of the curses, you will serve gods that even your father didn't know. That's what we're doing right now when we pay taxes. I'm just using that as an example. So the people you currently pay taxes to, the overlords of America, would be considered Elohim, powerful ones. Mm-hmm. But are they your El? I would hope not. You could make them your El, but I would hope they would not be. Do they have magical powers? No. Do they have supernatural powers? Probably. Yeah, probably. They made deals for those weapons and for that technology, just like the ancient Egyptians did. And when you see them use that technology, you got people still saying that they believe Elon Musk is an alien. He's just a scientist. But you see how fascinated we are by science? So I hope that answers what you were asking, Michael. You got math problems in here. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Like one L can be about addition, saying 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, while another one can says 5 - 3 = 2. Another says 4 divided by 2 is 2. Right. That's a good way to put it. Right. But it still equates to the same thing. If those L's are a part of the same council, we got to go back to that. You have the council of the Elohim, and not everybody on that council is feeling the same situation. You have the fallen ones. This world is packed with aliens. Damn, that sounded crazy when I said it out loud. But that's what it is. There's no other way to really say it. So you're thinking that like it's just us humans out here, but there are people who live inside of the earth. There are people who watch the earth. There are Nephilim who walk along the earth. So you might only know 5 names. Well, Elion, Elah, Allah. You might, but okay, you don't realize there's hundreds of names. There's hundreds of them. Just like if I said name every African king since the 1400s, you couldn't name, probably could name 5. So just like there's a system and there's a kingdom on earth, there's another system in that world as well. We look at the American government, we know that there's a shadow government. Everybody knows that now. The government you see is not the actual, they're not actually running anything. There's a shadow government. Well, can you imagine the same thing in the spiritual realm? It's hard to imagine because you come out of a Catholic understanding where you just got 3 freaking people. And somehow, yeah, 3 parties, right? Exactly, like politics. It's a 3-party system. And somehow these 3 invisible sky superheroes are running the whole show. And you have to force that into your brain to make it make sense. And you know it doesn't make any sense. You know it doesn't. And there's nothing in the book that says that that's what it actually is. Let us make man in our image. Male and female, he created them. Well, who's us? How many us? Well, damn, when I look at the Hebrew, I keep seeing a new name every 5 minutes. There's a lot of us. And that's just in the Bible. We got the Book of Mormons. We got more us's in there. Got more angels we ain't heard about before. Then you read the Quran. You got more angels and demons listed in there. There's a bunch of us. Okay, what about, oh, she put it, wouldn't that mean that we are made of multiple L's? No. No. Let us make them in our image. Okay. Yeah, let me be. I got 10 men, I got 10 women. Let's make a bunch of babies, they're gonna look like us. That's it. That's because you keep thinking sky magicians. You're not realizing what it is. Elohim, let us make them in our image. Now, if we really want to get to the truth of it, they were saying, let us clone some people. Let us clone ourselves. That's really what it was. Because there was no hunching going on until they got kicked. Once they got kicked out of the garden, it was like, all right, now you can go down there on the earth and hunch like everybody else. That's why he's like, now you will conceive in sorrow. It's going to hurt now when you conceive. Because before that, we was cloning. Eve was a clone. Y'all understand this? I'm going to close it out, man. But you know what I'm saying? Damn, 5 hours. God.
I mean, if you look at it from an Afrofuturistic, if you like have that sci-fi in your head, because when you was talking, I was like, cloning. Oh yeah, you got the scientists, they cloning themselves and bam, and then you put one like, oh yeah, you at least if you project it in your mind, that is, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't look at it like a Eurocentric, like you say, guy, dude with a gray beard, let us do this. Gotta be white though. Gotta be white because it's in the manual. But,
of course.
But if you look at it like, let's in our image. Hey, yo, we got a clone machine right there. Let's go.
Exactly. Yo, they already making clone hamburgers.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Now, if the Bible talks about cloning, because Eve was a clone of Adam, you can't get around that, right? Because DNA is taken from Adam and a whole nother person is created. That's called cloning. So if it's talking about cloning way back then, and now we're cloning food to eat, at some point it's got to click where you realize they're just unveiling stuff that they already had. You see what I'm saying? Like, So cloning is not and it's been in like like, how would you have this idea in all the sci-fi movies to make clones? Where does this idea even come up? Where'd you get this from? To make a clone? You got it from scriptures. You got it from knowing that that's what people did. Only the animals had to hunch to make babies. Because that's considered lower order. Think about all the trouble we get in now from hunching. Of course, the Elohim were a higher function. They didn't have the trouble that we get in through our sex drive.
Some of them watches was like,
Yeah, child support for it. We made those child support for no Elohim. You see? So these are just examples. You just got to get yourself out of the Christian way of thinking. It's once you get yourself out of that, you realize that these concepts are not as far from you as you think they are. Like this way of being. So when Christ says, "Let this mind be in you," when he says, "Oh, these miracles you'll do and do more. Greater work shall you do yourselves." That won't seem crazy to you. You're only thinking that because you're thinking you were taught like Christ is basically Superman. But if you follow his line, he's got your DNA. Y'all got the same DNA. So how is it that he could do anything different than what I could do? He said you could do the same, John. But you were taught that you couldn't. I'm gonna close this out, man, because I know this is a lot on y'all. I could keep going, you know what I'm saying? But y'all faded. But you know what I'm saying?
It was to me that this is related to the comments you made earlier, that some people had lived more multiple incarnations in this one lifetime than others.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if you have a memory of, I remember 5 lifetimes ago, I would never consider what I am now to be possible or to be like on automatic function. Like certain things I can do now, automatic function, I struggled to do 2-3 lifetimes ago. You know, so it makes it more plausible that a couple of lifetimes from now, I could do a lot more than what I think I could do now.
Well, let's take this conversation that y'all all are able to sit through now. And I'm telling you that there's a bunch of gods and there's aliens floating around inside of the earth, over the earth, and walking on the earth. Some of y'all grew up in church or wherever. Y'all wouldn't have been able to sit through this. Like, this dude is crazy. He out of his freaking mind. Mm-hmm. See? This dude is insane. You'd be like, well, show me an alien. If that's the truth, show me. Show me an alien.
You can't show me, can you? Yeah, because you like
and I would have been like, show me God. And you would have pointed to a tree or something. See the tree? Show me the God, right? You know what I'm saying? So that right there shows the evidence of a reincarnation. Mm. Your brain is different. Right. And even tonight, how you like, oh, I'm tired. What the hell is he talking about? Even though I don't know why you're so tired. It ain't even midnight yet. I thought y'all was, you know what I'm saying? But I see a bunch of lames. So, but what I'm saying though is that, you know what I'm saying? Square biz, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that your mind has expanded to the point that now your circumference has widened. Mm-hmm. So even if tonight you're like, damn, man, I couldn't follow half of that, what he was saying. It's in there. It's in there. It primes you for another kind of conversation. So like Babylon is constantly doing that to you. Constantly doing that to you. You know, you think about some of the images you're okay with now. You know, like there's certain things I still can't, like on TV, you know, see, like, especially as it pertains to like maybe guys, you know, like I'm still like, you know.
They have them on posted. They have one on poster in the subway. Yeah.
But see, that's a good example. The poster in the subways, I might turn my head, but I saw it.
Right.
I saw it. You know what I'm saying? So how often does that have to happen to eventually I'm like, oh, whatever. And I'm just going to keep eating my dinner while they, you know, because it's like, it doesn't bother me now. So what's next? You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to arrest that process, and then return to our natural perception, where that inner eye is open in a proper way. Nothing that I said tonight was really like way out there. The only thing that's way out there is the stubbornness that you have in your brain. Exactly. Yeah, I'm talking about because the things that you're holding on to don't even make any sense. Like, that's the stuff that's out there. If I say, yeah, there's watchers, that's in the book of Enoch. I ain't add nothing. I said some of the different names for the different L's. The word Elohim is right there. Like, I didn't even go far out. I didn't even share any theories. But what you have that says, I'm trying to, that's the stuff that's far out. Like, think about something as simple as me saying Ishmael and Jacob have the same father. That's simple. What my father does, me and my siblings do. Simple. Muslims who are children of Ishmael do the same thing as Israelites who are children of Jacob. That's when the chip goes off. No. Because when those two groups come together, we got an issue. So your programming is to keep those two groups apart.
That's all it was in my mind until you said what you were talking about with Salat. The ancient Hebrews made Salat.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to make Salat, and then I stopped. It was like, we're doing the Hebrew thing.
And like, what's wrong with praying to your God 5 times a day?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because you have Christians who pray 3 times a day. I pray in the morning, pray at noon down, and they play before I go to bed. Okay. You know, well, could one ever imagine that there's an actual form, a physical form that you could, well, that's called yoga. Mm-hmm. Now you say that to most Christians, will say, oh, you're inviting demons into your life if you do those different poses. Show me how. I'm inviting demons into my life. If I do this, well, how am I inviting a demon? So this is okay. I could do this. You know what I'm saying? But don't do that. That's from Beelzebub. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is opening up of the consciousness, and this is when your real connection and power comes. Because now you're thinking like Afro-Shemitics. And not thinking like what they programmed you to think like. They gave you everything wrong. They told you there's one freaking God. Really? So what the hell are we? That ain't make no sense. You said in the book that we're gods, then you tell me there's one God. Well, that's confusing. Well, you a God with a little g, and that's a God. No, that's not what it said. Right. That's you a little g God. Well, let's translate it into the language it was in, because it don't say that.
Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day,
right? Do you love Jesus? Right. Big J. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's all effed up. But yeah, man, we'll get through it. Don't worry about it, man. We're gonna get through it. But tonight was this is a. Sometimes you gotta crack the brain a little bit. But this was light work. This was light work, just so you know. So I don't like feel proud or nothing like that. Yeah, man. Anybody got anything before we close out? We're gonna close out. I know this was exactly. He's like mercy.
I was gonna say it reminds me kind of like of how people say in ancient times, like people just regarded other groups' gods as being real, like they just existed, almost like in Game of Thrones, like it would be times where people are like, oh, you're gonna go pray to your god, or I'm gonna go pray to my god, and like there's just like this understanding, like, oh yeah, they're there, like they exist.
Absolutely.
Versus
Yeah.
it's just ours, and ours is the only one that's there.
It's the only one that exists. Insanity. When the 10 Commandments, thou shalt have no gods before me. Why didn't it say, I am the only God? Remember that. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be like, if you talk to a Christian, that's your main joint right there. The 10 Commandments, that's your main thing. And in the 10 Commandments, your God acknowledged that there are other gods. But if you say there's other gods, that's like devil talk. One thing you'll understand, and you know, I'm not going to say much more. We'll close out. But this is why we have an electoral college, because they know generally people ain't that bright. That's really what it is. You know, they know people ain't that. We live in, like, you know, they know what they have done over the centuries to dumb down the IQ of the global populace. They know we got y'all right where we want you, nice and dumb. So you'll come up with theories that make zero sense, and you'll just support it with emotion. But then when scholarship comes into the room, you'll get offended. You see, you would know it all, or I don't have to get all that deep. You know, I'm just straightforward with it. No, you're just straight dumb. You're not that bright. You need to know when there's someone smarter and just rock with them. I've done it my whole life. You know, I came into this understanding, this cultural understanding, through elders who were smarter than me and were intellectually more energized and motivated than I was. You know, I still skim books when I read them. I still speed read. You know, you know, I came through with elders like, yeah, I read that book 3 times. I'm gonna read 2 more times, and then I'll let you know how I liked it. I skimmed it, and it was pretty good. You know, so I skipped the appendix, and I didn't need all that. You know, and I used to always read books from the back forward. I don't know where the hell I got that from. That's probably that Hebrew in me. But I hardly ever read books from the front to the back, or from the back to the forward. You know, so I know the end before I start. You know, so that's the thing. When you understand that there are people out here who know a little bit more, who are moving and grooving, you know, you got to honor some of that, man. And we've been taught not to honor that. That's why we're so far behind the 8 ball. You know, Sovereignty says, I think there is confusion for some people because people misunderstand what the terms monotheism and polytheism actually means. Right. Theism, or the, anytime you see the word the, it means like God, right? Mono is one, poly is multiple. So if you're a monotheist, if you're a monotheist, you acknowledge that there is one God. If you're a polytheist, you acknowledge that there are many gods. Then you have what's called a pantheist. A pantheist is one who acknowledges that there are gods across like different cultures, and they may be syncretized as one God. Like, yeah, your God just shows up across different sorts of cultures. But none of those words have anything to do with what you believe in. So you can acknowledge that there are multiple gods, but still say, but I still only serve one. You could be a polytheist, that serves one deity. You see? So I think when people see those 2 words, they believe they associate polytheism to like being a pagan. And they associate being a pagan to being a devil worshiper. And not one of those words mean any of that. Being a pagan means someone who lives in the country. That's what it means. You know, and a devil worshiper, that don't even really mean anything, to be honest, because the worship something, it doesn't mean that you serve it. It means that you describe its attributes in order to invoke it. So I think a lot of people have devil worshipped without realizing it. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all go, man. Y'all hung in there, man. You know what I mean? Zach is you know what I'm saying? You know, you look like you've been brought through the ringer. You know what I mean? But this is a part of the process, man. So tomorrow, I'll be back at 12 noon in 12 hours. Damn. Lord. And you know what? If I wouldn't end this, y'all would still be asking questions. I know you, I knew people. I know y'all. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know y'all. You know. But yeah, the sister's always like, this was beautiful because y'all just lay it back. Y'all probably got your feet up, falling in and out of sleep. Yeah, this is nice. This is really nice, brothers. You know, we here working.
You know, Chauncey Yape is like she was on a retreat.
Yeah, knocked out. You know what I'm saying? I saw them knocked out pictures. We got a couple. We got Isaiah was in. It was Isaiah. You see, I ain't seen him in the chat all night.
He's downstairs.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. He probably sleep though. Yeah, he probably sleep. Yeah. Oh, you more than welcome, brother Derek. You more than welcome, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is cool. You know, and thank all you brothers for coming through. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. He say he's still at the campsite. you gotta leave Isaiah there. Yeah, man. But we'll be back at noon. You know what I'm saying? We back on it. You know, we back on it. But I just appreciate y'all coming through and building. And this is what a build is, man. And sometimes it's, you know, you got to go in. I love it, to be honest with you, because I know that even for those of you still scratching your head, like, what the hell are they talking about? It's like that for a while. Anybody who's listening like, huh? It's going to be like that for a while. Then one day it just clicks. It's like you just have to take in enough of it. And then eventually it's almost like it comes together in your head without you doing it subconsciously. If you put enough of the puzzle pieces in there, then one day it'll just be like, oh, you know, it'll just, you might see an image, you know, or like, I remember at one of the retreats there was like a debate. We were doing an activity and everybody was debating. I'm gonna make it quick. And somebody was like, this looked like the council of the Elohim sitting there arguing. You know, sometimes it clicks like that. You might see a bunch of people just trying to figure something and be like, that's probably what it looks like when the Elohim are trying to work something out, just like that. And then everything will start to make sense for you after that, you know. But, you know, just stay in there, keep studying. All right. So I will be back, you know, tomorrow at noon, and willfully I see all of y'all if y'all, you know, have the energy to come back through, you know. But thank you for coming through, man, and we'll see you on the next one for 12 hours. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Peace.